This is where it just none of it works.
I think the command box is working.
Fairy, get your act together. Damn! Oh, okay. Well, Sazarac works. Why would Galad not work?
Almost.
This is elven racism.
Almost.
Welcome didn't work. Jodie tried to hug me, it didn't work. Command list didn't come up, my name didn't work. It only loves Saz today.
This is what happens when you switch from Streamlabs to Stream Elements.
And Pix.
Yo.
Saz is a girl.
Cool.
much forgets.
Where did I fuck up the Saz being a girl thing? Oh!
There you go. Oh, I thought you said, yeah.
Haha, I was right.
I saw it as she has a compulsion.
I just stole the thing that we put on Instagram a while ago.
I'll shut up now and eat my chocolate.
That's good, you eat the chocolate. Anyway, that's all my ideas. Letty can use laptop or phone to listen, but use Pixie's microphone. Letty, how is your Discord on your phone? Because you could join the Discord call on your phone. Yeah, I know, but like try both. Does both
take the
work?
audio from your phone and
take the audio from your phone and the video from your laptop. Perhaps. Or
be in the call twice.
Yeah, you'd be in the call twice.
that'd be tough.
That would be tough.
I seriously doubt if I could log in twice.
Yeah, that's true.
And be twice in the same call.
That's a pain. Okay.
I can connect with my phone.
Do you have a tripod for your phone? Oh fuck. Pete, do you still have that selfie stick?
Yeah, I do.
Can you bring it downstairs?
Yeah, of course I can. Yeah, of course. 1 second.
Hashtag Kinder. Why hashtag Kinder? Wonder why the hell Galad's not working then.
It's like
Kinder, maybe?
Wait. Ha! Did it! It's not Galad, it's Galadesis.
Ah!
It holds his phones in. Okay, right?
because it never had a fourth.
Yeah.
So I could do that.
Yeah, it should be fine. I've
Do a thing.
taken.
Do a technical.
Okay. Then you just switch over to your phone, and then.
Yeah, but I need my toilet.
Yeah.
50%.
Okay. Go get that.
I'm gonna have that.
Cool. What the hell is that? Mute boobin. What's this? What the fuck is a newt boobin?
85, holy, you're young in this.
Oh shit. I don't know why somebody just did that. Whomever Newt Boobin is, you cannot just join a campaign. It does not work like that, friend. Okay, sorry about this, people. We're just sorting some things out. We will be starting soon. Hopefully.
It's fine. The technical difficulties are like rite of passage.
They do be. They do be. They also be huge pain.
Just be part of life.
They do be.
Pardon.
Pardon. Sadly, no commands for the DM.
You can't command the DM.
No, you cannot.
The DM commands you.
They do.
I don't know if I like that deal or not.
He was lenient. He was lenient on us last week.
It's true.
Then
Still
again,
recovering from the week before.
it was all story based, so be down to kick some ass later.
Hell yeah.
Saz is in the mood for a scrap.
I don't know what
Good
mood
to
I am.
know, good to know. Add an additional 5 knolls. Saz wants a scrap.
Oh shit, I kinda need to have
To be honest-
Beyond open, don't I?
To be honest, when we were first into the bar, I was actually half expecting the bar would just become a riot zone and we'd just have to fight everyone in there. You had that planned out, didn't you?
It was a potential thing. Something about parties and bar fights.
We're almost there. Where
Almost
is the
there.
part they realise the monarchy of the land is a drain on the system? Ooh. Intriguing.
Can anyone hear me?
Oh, that's better! We can
Yeah.
hear you.
Much better.
Ah.
Cool. Although I can't see you. Can everyone else see Letty?
Try refreshing your
Not wha-
browser. It does that to me once in a while.
Bear with me. Video. There we go. Oh, there we go. Good shit. Okay. Everything is fine now.
Alright.
Hey, noisy. Baguettes. I think the only problem with Letty using her phone is you guys might be hearing us both twice. Because the mute function will be a bit more complicated on phones. But as far as things go, this is the better option, I think.
We'll just pretend we're in a cave the whole time.
Exactly, we're just in a big cave, it's fine.
We all like kids.
Oh shit.
God damn it.
Okay.
Alright, is everyone ready?
I think I'm good. Letty, you good?
Yes, I am.
Good shit.
Good. Alright then. In that case, let us dive right back in. So, our party have all gathered, having trekked through the Thistlewoods on the back of old Trev's cart. A small encounter with a large upright creature that they have now become aware of as known as a knoll has led them through the woodlands into an abandoned lumberyard where they found an underground cavern leading to some form of structure, of which ended with an altar and a trap. During this escapade, you all tried to work out how to activate this strange structure and have all left branded some kind of tentacle mark up your arms. What that is, you have yet to understand, but you've also been left with a clue. 4 dots on the map. 2 far to the north, 1 far to the northeast, and 1 a couple of weeks away on the same continent as you, the Dragon's Tail. Having recovered, you guys headed back to town, or to town, the town of Thistlewood, with its interesting east versus west residential divide, In arriving, you have settled in, getting half price on your nights with the performances at the tavern, the Buxom Arms, and you've met a number of interesting individuals. Most notably, a pair of bounty hunters, a human known as Marius Cordell, and a Morok, a four-armed mountain of a woman who goes by the name of Riga. You have agreed to, for now, join together in an attempt to tackle the bounty of the three knolls, Tick, Tack, and Toe. As two of you begin to settle in for the night, getting ready for the next day, and when your adventure shall begin, two of you have instead headed to try and find Marius at the Crimson Belladonna, the brothel next door. And if I remember correctly, that was Mamba and Saz. Correct. Awesome. So, we're going to continue as you open the doors to the Crimson Belladonna. Lavish carpets, large potted plants, and ornate awnings line the wall. You're in a large foyer, and the far end is a grand set of stairs, and a small reception desk, to which a rather large, overly made up woman sort of leans up against it, toiling through a large ledger. There's a couple of chairs around and a handful of patrons. But aside from that, relatively quiet. What do you two do?
I will go to the bar, order a couple of drinks, look for an empty table, sit down, check the place, like check the bar if that makes sense.
As you look around this open foyer, you do see the bar through a large pair of double doors. However, as you approach, a rather large human sort of steps and blocks your way. Excuse me, have you got a token?
How can I get a token?
You'll have to go and see the desk. Sign yourself in, pay for a token, and then you may carry on following through the premises as you please. Find a companion for the night, whatever your taste.
I believe it's me and Mamba together, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So we head over towards getting a token. At least we can find out more information.
Okay. As you wander over to the counter, the reception desk, this sort of large woman sort of looks up from her book, sort of slams them down. Ah, my dears, hello! What can we do for you today at the Crimson Belladonna?
We're here to... What's on offer? Check out the menu.
Check out the menu? Oh, well, are you after company for the night? Company for a short while? Tell me what you want and Madame Dufour will organize whatever you desire.
We would like to take a look for.
I see an open token to the bar, perhaps?
Oh.
At least for me. Do you want that? Anything else?
Yeah, I'll take a token to the bar. It's good admiring the menu first before we actually pick out the dish that we want.
Oh, I understand. Well, that'll be 5 gold pieces for the pair of you, 2 gold and 5 silver each. She sort of pushes a small bowl across the desk.
Okay,
If you wouldn't
so
mind.
Not a problem. 5 gold pieces go in.
I'm sorry, 5 gold or what?
5 gold pieces for the token, for 2 tokens. That's 5 gold pieces.
Yeah.
You will both need one, and yes. Oh, she sort of looks across to Saz as you place 5 gold coins into the bar. Very good. One moment, and she sort of just stuffs her hand down her blouse, and sort of a quite ample bust for this woman. She is almost overly large in all aspects. And she sort of digs out 2 brass coins. Here we go, 1 each. This will get you access to the bar and the lounge. You will be allowed upstairs, but you will not be allowed into any of the girls' room.
Understandable.
Is there anything else I can do for you, dearies?
Tell us about this place. We're new to town, so call us curious.
Curious? Well, I'm pretty certain I have things that can help you with that. We don't mind curious individuals here. If you need to learn yourself, then just let Madame Duffer know. Well, what do you wish to know about the building?
Tell us any rumors.
Rumors?
Oh, sorry, Mamba.
Sorry, Rebecca, go ahead.
You wish to know rumors?
Oh, of course. No doubt a building like this must have some interesting history behind it.
Well, we hear lots of things coming through the doors. In fact, my girls pride themselves on obtaining information that is later on for sale. Information is just as good a commodity as any. Is there information that you're after?
It's enough to make me curious.
And is there any particular dirt you're after on someone here in the town?
None that come to our head, unless there's someone that you want us to be curious about.
Well, if there is no one in particular that you wish to have dirt dug up, then I will simply give you the basic rundown. You see, the town is divided into 3 specific areas. You have the central district, where all of your money sits, and then you have the east and the west residentials. This is where we actually get most of our patronage, though not the biggest tippers. You see, you've got 2 large groups. You have the Dawnfire Tavern in the east. You might want to be careful of that if you have already been to the west. The 2 taverns are known haunts for those of quite fanatical ideas and beliefs about their part of town, shall we say. There are 2 names you should be aware of, though these names are more like titles and not necessarily one you would use to actually find someone. Trinity is the name given to whoever is supposedly running the gang out of the eastern residential. Whereas if you wish to find the names of those at the west, you would be looking for a brick. Only a handful of people know the true identities of these 2 people. And that is not information that we have.
Thank you for satisfying.
Satisfaction has not yet begun for you, my dear. Please, enjoy the building, enjoy the lounge, enjoy the bar. If you see something you like on the menu, don't be shy. Or if you are, just come back to Madame Defoe. We'll arrange it for you.
Much appreciated. Shall we go, Mamba?
Yeah, thank you.
Very well. Where are you guys going to go? You've got the large double doors leading to the bar, you've got the stairs leading upstairs. Funnily enough.
To the bar, right?
Bar, I think, is where we're going to find a good amount of, shall we say, a good chance to people watch.
This time, as you guys head towards the double doors, you see the gentleman that's been watching you since you entered, actually, sort of just steps out of the way and gestures rather politely into the room. As you do enter, again, this place is much more lavish than the areas that you've seen around town, aside from the town hall. This is a lot of really rich wood, deep reds, and sort of, you can kind of tell with your understanding, especially Saz, you can tell that it's fake gold. It's more just brushed onto metallics, but it sort of gives across the right sort of warm atmosphere that the Crimson Belladonna seems to be aiming for. Entering into the bar area, you do see this extensively long bar, covers the entire edge of the wall. There are a couple of tables here. There's not so many chairs, more than just large lounges. Taking a quick look around, please make me a perception check each.
Okay. Come on, D&D Beyond. The little tab.
20 plus these, so 26.
Natural 20, hey! Right, okay, and for Saz?
Yeah. Oh, wait, here we go. Sorry, my tablet's playing silly buggers at the moment.
Oh, no. More technical difficulties, please stand by.
Pigs, can we get a tech difficulties counter?
Someone keep tracking.
Perception, yeah?
Perception, please, yes.
Okay. Oh, 21.
21 and a natural 20 for a total of, was it 24?
Worth the wait.
Yeah, we do, Steve, we do. You guys, taking a look around, there are two things that you both notice out of the ordinary. The first is that you see Marius. Marius is sort of in one of the lounges. He is well relaxed, well reclined. He is very much the lad of the room, in a sense. He has a lady on each shoulder, and he's just sat there chatting away and talking. Seems very much in a light-hearted, jovial mood at the moment. His hair seems to be a little bit more oiled than normal. It's just been pampered a little bit finer. The second is that on the far end of the room is a single door with a red flower on it. Looks like some form of a lotus leaf. Aside from that, the bar is free. It's fairly busy in here compared to the foyer. There's quite a few people of different races, different genders, all sort of enjoying the atmosphere and company that they have been garnering tonight. There are several ladies wandering around in various forms of either finery or more scantily clad clothing. Interestingly, here in the Crimson Belladonna, there doesn't seem to be any male escorts at all.
What's your gut saying, Mamba?
I don't know. I would like to get slow starts married. What? I think he wouldn't take it quite good by now. So maybe just order some drinks, sit down, upstairs, and let's.
Yeah, I'm down for that. I go up to the bar and do the drinks with Mamba.
Okay. Wandering up to the bar. Yeah, go for it.
Sorry. But did you want to sit at the bar, or did you want to find a booth? near the bar.
I actually would like to find a booth with good views to Mario. I don't trust him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Within earshot, or yeah, within earshot, or just so you can see.
So, earshot.
Do you want to be able to hear what he's saying?
Ow! I didn't hear that at all. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. What do you think, sir? But I don't want to be disturbed by him, which I probably have already, but I would like to be not that obvious.
Thinking about it, it'll be easier to pick up sound than it would be to sit closer to him. More than likely we will get spotted at some point, but if we can hear what he's saying, that'll be more valuable to us.
So you guys are going to go to the bar, get some drinks. The drinks here are quite a bit more expensive than the tavern next door. They're offering finer drinks, however they will cost you 5 silvers apiece.
I get this one.
So that'd be one gold for the pair of you then. It'd be one gold in total if you're buying for both of you. So you gather your drinks and you do your best to find a seat nearby. You guys trying not to be noticed here? If you are, please make me a stealth check.
Give me a second. I'm putting my gold down.
Not expecting us to.
Make me a stealth check, please. If you're trying not to be noticed by Marius. What is this? Okay, we got a natural 20 there, and Saz? 6. Oh no!
Yep.
Our poor rogue has not been doing too well with their stealth checks this campaign. Okay. You grab your drinks and you make your way over, trying to stick to some of the moving people in the area as you make your way around. You find a table and a lounger not too far from Marius himself. As you wander past, however, Saz, you take a moment just to quickly glance over to see if you're being watched, and Marius has immediately clocked you. He offers just a curt nod of his head, before seemingly just continuing with his conversation. You hear him talking about some form of adventure that he's been on, a bounty. My dear, it was a particularly nasty one, you see. They had us on the run for quite some time. Ended up chasing them down through a couple of warehouses in the lower district of the capital. But a good pair of manacles later, a couple of kicks and screams, and money was in the bag. He just sat down. He seems to just be chatting away to the ladies on each arm.
I predicted that it would only be a matter of time before we were seen anyway, so... Fairly certain he clocked me. But I don't think he's seen you before. You were performing with Marle the other night, weren't you?
I think he saw me.
Okay.
I was actually with Marle and him when they had that conversation, so he definitely knows me.
Right, so the element of surprise is gone for us, which means he may be careful on what he will say. Yeah. So I think what we should do is just wait and see if he approaches us. I have a feeling that he may finish up his conversation and then it's good time. We'll go over it. Yeah.
Okay. You wait for a little bit. Your assumptions are fairly accurate to a certain extent. He doesn't seem to leave his booth. He does gesture one of the serving staff over to him, one of the serving girls, and sort of there's a moment where he talks quite quietly. But a couple of minutes later, that serving girl approaches your table with 2 more drinks. Compliments of the gentleman over there. Sort of nudges in his direction. He hopes you're having a good night and inquires about an offer that his partner might have made to you.
I'm sorry, an offer? What?
I'm afraid he didn't say more than that. He hopes that you and his partner made some kind of arrangement together.
I think I know what this is about. Okay. How far is he through his drink right now?
Taking a look, there seems to be a few drinks on his table. Some for him, some for those that he's been chatting with. It's a bit hard to gauge how much he's had, but he himself does seem to be making most of his way through his current drink.
Okay. When he finishes the next one, we slide the waitress a... What did you say, like 5 silver for a drink?
It was 5 silvers for a drink.
5 silver for a drink, and that'll be for him. Pass on the message that if he wants to discuss more business, it means we do not mean to interrupt him, but when he's ready.
Okay. You wait a little bit longer as he then finishes his drink. You call over a waitress and organise another one. You watch as they talk quietly to him before he sort of leans a little bit further back, takes his arms back to himself and off of the women either side of him, sort of leans over his shoulder to look at you both and says, "Oh, my friends, you're not interrupting anything. Please, come over and join the party."
Okay, that plan backfired a little bit. We'll head over to his table and bring our drinks.
First of all, thank you very much for the drink. Can I get you 2 anything? Some company? On me, of course.
I'm alright, thank you.
We're still looking at the menu, thanks.
Still looking at the menu? You've been here quite a while already. Peculiar or particular tastes? Don't tell me. I won't dive into it.
There's just nothing that's caught my eye yet.
I understand. So then this is to talk about business. Tell me, what did you tell Riga? Are we to work together on this, or are we competing? I do love a good competition.
We spoke to your acquaintance?
Riga,
yes.
Wonderful lady.
And we were curious on why you came to us. Riga said that it would only be a matter of time before we were to bump into our mutual friend.
Well, quite simply put, I tend to have an eye for individuals around here. You all came in sort of together. You were all packing weaponry of some description. And I thought it was a little bit peculiar. Being in Thistlewood of all places, there's not that much action going on around here. You seemed like capable individuals without work, and the first thing I would have done if I was a capable individual in this place would be to find work. I'm not in the mood normally for having competition that I'm not aware of, but at the same time I am more than happy to share a bounty. The hunt is always better when you have friends to do it with.
Well, we don't know each other, so I wouldn't call you. Fine.
Well, if you would rather be competitors, then I can tell Riga that the game is on. But
Oh, no,
No.
we all need the money.
we didn't mean that. We have started the job all together. But we're just partners. We're not friends. Don't get it wrong.
I see. A little bit bitter, are we? Not much for making friends around here. That's a shame. But I understand. Have it your way.
I have a question for you. You came to us because you, in a sense, trust us for whatever reason you have. How can we trust you?
Well, quite simply put, you can't. After all, we're all strangers here. I just thought it best that should we be working on the same job, some camaraderie would be best off, and I am willing to take half of this contract if it means making it easier and not having trouble along the way. Rest assured, when I make a promise, I will stick to that promise. Or my name isn't Cordell. Quite frankly, it is you that I'm worried about, Miss... what was the name? He points towards you.
Sazarac.
Sorry, your taller friend, Sazarac. After all, he sort of leans in. Those were quite a few peculiar spells you cast in the market today. I do believe you need to be a little bit more careful in the future. And really, all of that work for a crowbar and a bag of bullberries. You could have been a bit more adventurous, my darling.
Don't know when to quit while you're ahead. But by all means, if you're willing, show tricks to teach us. I'll be down for a few private sessions.
You misunderstand, my dear. That is not quite my line of expertise and work. I've just known a fair few individuals with sticky fingers before. I know one right now that's probably very sticky, but that's another matter. They always get into a mess whenever they're in town.
Can I say I'm rusty? It's been a while since I was nimble-fingered.
Well, hopefully then there is a little bit of a refresher on our hunt, if that is where your expertise lie. If you're going to sneak up on these knolls, you'll need to be a bit smarter. Hopefully, I've answered the question of can you trust me and set at least some form of peace to your mind.
I wouldn't call it peace. There's still haze that I'm seeing, but I'll go along with it.
Very well. Have you any other questions?
Back to business.
By all means.
I think we were discussing on finding out information tonight and heading off tomorrow.
Well, I have as much information as I believe I can give you. Did you not speak to Riga about the query of our hunt?
I believe our other friends are doing that.
I see. Well, what is it you'd like to know? There's simply 3 knolls. One is tricky, one is cunning, and one is broad. Or is it information on me that you're after?
What information are you willing to give up?
About myself or about the hunt?
Why not both? Treat us.
Very well. The hunt will be best started in the morning. We will have to locate a set of tracks, follow it through, and I believe that once we deal with one, we can perhaps deal with the other. I think perhaps it would be best, if we are to work together, that you and your friends find one of the three. Rieger and myself will find the other. Once we have both found our first query, we can reconvene and hunt down Toe, the largest of the knolls. He seems to have a lot more strength than the others, and it might take all of us to take him down. They're in the Thistlewood somewhere. That is about as much as we know. They have been raiding farmers and trade caravans from the outlying hamlets through the woodland, and the town guard needs to put a stop to it. More specifically, the bounty by Captain Hartwood. Information about myself, well, I've been in this business for quite some time. Rieger and I have been partners for a while now, and how can I put this bluntly? We're good at what we do. I have not met a bounty I have been outrun by. I have not met prey that I have not caught. Not yet, anyway.
Mamba, how are you feeling about this? I feel like I've been leading the conversation. Or are you just...
I honestly don't know how to feel. That's, if you don't mind to keep leading the conversation.
No, that's fine. That's fine. We say that off camera, so...
Yeah.
It's pretty hard to say that at a table with Marius.
We
send a message.
How do you send a message?
We tap each other on the leg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright. You sort of tap away. It's a long conversation to have with Morse code, but you seem to do your best. You get the gist of it. Marius sort of just sits there and watches. You are not very trusting individuals.
No, he
cannot watch the Morse code. He just watches.
He is just looking at what is on the table in front of him.
Who said it was Morse code? Me and
you
Mamba
are trying to work out some kind of code. You've known each other for 3 weeks.
The code's easy. All it is just a... And if Mamba likes it, it's... And if Mamba doesn't like it, it's...
Noted. You do your best. Okay. Okay. Well, anything else I can help you with?
What do you know about the area?
Not much. It's not the largest town I've ever been in. There's quite a bit of animosity between the east and west. I've done my best to stay out of that. Not my kind of scene. Light criminal activity, but nothing worth a bounty at the moment. I've stayed away from the mayor. High society is not quite what I'm after in this town. This is a pit stop on our way through.
Where's the main goal?
Main goal? Well, that would be telling. I have known you for less than a day. We haven't even hunted together, so as your friend quite adequately put, if they don't want to be friends, then I'm not going to tell a friendly detail.
Can you at least suggest where we would go afterwards? I mean, we plan on staying here for a while. We might as well know a little bit about each other. We'll be here for the festival, at least, which I'll admit I'm looking forward to. There's lots of tourists around, which got me curious.
Well, festivals like this seem to be quite a big deal for a small town. We might be hanging around, Rieger and I, but we have business elsewhere. As for what your adventures are after you leave Thistlewood, that is entirely up to you. I am not going to be as naive to assume your business. Whether it is an adventure you're after or work, that's not for me to decide, but for you, is it not?
Valid reason. Tell us more about who's paying us.
Captain Hartwood. A fair man by what it seems. He's the leader of the town guard here in Thistlewood. Not that much more I can say about him. He's quite a understanding gentleman. Doesn't seem to like his superiors very much, but what town guard doesn't? If that is all.
I believe so. I believe that's everything.
Very well. Very well then. Are you to join me for the evening, or are we to bid you adieu for now and reconvene in the morning?
What do you think, so?
I mean, while we're here, we might as well enjoy ourselves a little bit. We've got a big day tomorrow, and yeah, we might as well, shall we say, cut loose.
Very well. Waitress, he sort of beckons someone over. How much do you guys drink tonight?
Enough to have a good time, but not enough to get smashed.
Okay. Okay, Mamba?
We'll take another drink. One more drink.
Okay.
I will stay with them.
Okay, so the night it goes on. It's quite a pleasant evening. You stay for about another hour and a half before Marius sort of gets up, bids you good night, and takes two of the women under his arm and heads upstairs into the establishment further. As you guys leave and you return back to your beds, you find yourselves enjoying another long rest as you all settle down for the night. Everyone may remove 1 point of exhaustion from their character sheet if you've still got one. And
I've got one left now.
as you wake up the next day, you see the sun pouring in through the window. The first time the sunlight's actually come out since you arrived in Thistlewood. And the day seems very pleasant for the morning. As you all one by one head back downstairs in the Buxom Arms, gather a small breakfast on the house thanks to the performance. You see Marius getting his equipment together. This time you see, although not out of his finery, you see a large leather belt buckle across his chest, a very fine, ornate rapier at his side, a couple of pouches around his belt with various different tools for tracking. He wears one glove on his right hand and none on his left. And he seems ready for his day. The big difference is in Rieger. As you look, Rieger is no longer wearing her big heavy coat. You see all four arms on display, the rippling muscles sort of clad in these leather bindings on her left pair of arms, and on her right are these metal gauntlets of segmented plates that go all the way up to a single shoulder pad with a large jutting metal spike. Underneath this is layered in furs, and her skin, now that you can see the majority of it, is covered in these sort of tribal, sort of Hawaiian Maui themed tattoos. Marius sort of waves across to the four of you. Are you all ready to go?
I need to announce I am in a completely different season now.
How do we look?
We are in summer. I no longer go by gendered pronouns. My hair is deep red, slicked back and messy. Wearing very simple, kind of loose clothing. I look very comfy, and there is an air of confidence in my eyes, which are still green.
Okay.
I believe we are ready to go, Marius.
Perfect. Well, in that case, gather your equipment and we'll head off to the Thistlewood. Do you have horses or are we walking?
I believe
We
we
were gonna rent-
spoke about getting horses, right?
You could.
Yeah.
We're gonna rent some, right?
You can try. I don't think the Thistlewood stables are very bustling right now.
True.
This one might be best to take on foot anyway. It's quite a dangerous mission. Do you have the money if your horse is to get eaten to pay for it afterwards?
That is
We
noted.
can go by foot.
I
This
understand.
is fine. Should we get potions or something like that before we go?
Yeah, healing potions are.
Yeah?
Or did we already look last time?
I know that there is the alchemist.
You do remember that the alchemist has healing salves. They work very similar to potions, but they take time to kick in. Failing that, Marius does turn around and says, in the effort to keep my new companions alive, we have a pair of healing potions that could go spare.
How noble of you, Marius.
Thank you.
Well, normally they're reserved for friends. He sort of shoots. He shoots Mamba a bit of a sideways glance. But in the effort to work together, here, he takes 2 potions and hands them out towards Marle.
Thank you. I'll pop them in.
So, do you girls, sorry, need a moment to gather what you can?
Just one moment.
Very well.
Oh, yes, I did leave my crowbar upstairs. I'll be right back.
Can't forget the all-important crowbar.
No one touched that.
Oh, dear.
In fact, fuck it, that's going on my inventory.
Okay.
Yep.
We ready?
Mm-hmm.
I believe we have some knolls to kick the ass off.
Very well. Sounds like the town guard are on it tonight. Well, in that case, without further ado, let us head off. So, you guys, gathering your equipment, head back out to the main road, past the market, and begin heading your way down towards the Thistlewood. Are you foregoing a trip to the apothecary?
No, I'm stopping by.
Okay. You stop on in, and once again you see the bronze dragonborn lady sat there with her wares and herbs and various parts scattered around. What would you like to buy? They were 15 gold pieces for a healing poultice.
I would like to buy... I think 3, perhaps. Wait. That makes 45. Yeah, 3 healing poultices, please.
Okay. I will see if I can add these to your inventory.
Cool.
For now, you might want to quickly write it down, because I haven't made them on D&D Beyond yet.
That's fine.
A healing poultice, if applied, is an action to apply it to someone else. You cannot apply it to yourself. It immediately stabilizes an individual who is dying, and heals for 2d4 plus 2 hit points after a minute.
Okay, so a slow burn then.
Correct. They're very tough to use in a combat.
That's fine. I'm ready.
Fine, so healing potions for combat. Healing balms, did you say?
Healing balms, yeah.
Healing
Taking
balm.
a look, they're like a bundle of bandages and some form of ointment that seems to be herbal of nature.
Okay, I'm all good.
Okay. Do you spread them out or you keep them all on you?
I am keeping them all.
Okay. As you guys gather your equipment, you finally head towards the Thistlewood. Marius and Riga, striding with confidence. It seems this is definitely not their first rodeo. They seem fairly quiet on the journey. The sun streams down upon all of you. A nice light breeze sort of flows through the open fields, and as you reach the edge of the tree line, just rustles the leaves and sways the branches of the woodland. As you guys begin entering in, I need 2 individuals to make me a survival check as you guys begin looking for some form of tracks.
Okay. On it. 16.
Okay, and one more of you.
I'll go.
I got a 16.
All right, we'll take that as an average then. You guys wander around for about an hour. You find several tracks of wild beasts. What seems to be deer. You do spot at some point a wild boar just grazing in the distance, and sort of Marius sort of shies everyone away from it. But after about an hour, you guys do settle down and find a set of paw prints in the dirt. This seems to be your quarry. You begin to follow deeper and deeper into the Thistlewood. The sunlight starting to get blocked by the trees, but still, all in all, a little bit of daylight. As you guys continue on, then Marius eventually sort of raises a hand and stops you all. I think I've found another set of prints over here. Our quarry definitely met up at this location for something. Now, I believe it best, if we are to hunt down all 3 of these creatures, that you guys head after one set, Riga and I will head after the other.
And that leaves the one unaccounted for.
That leaves one unaccounted for. Now, taking a look at these, the prints seem to be of the same sort of size, which leads me to believe that we're tracking Tick and Tack. If you find the largest of them all, from reports, he's quite a bit of a brute, I recommend you don't engage him. Wait around, see if he leads you to one of the others. Once we've dealt with the 2 smaller knolls, we can regroup, reconvene, and head after the larger one. Here, he digs into his pocket and pulls out a small stone. Take one of these.
Okay. And what is this stone?
When you have completed your task, or we have completed ours, whichever comes first, simply bury the stone, and it will activate. He pulls the second out of his pocket. The other stone will activate and pull you in that direction. And make it easy to reconvene.
Okay.
Finding stones. Nice and simple, they always come in pairs.
Fine.
Nifty.
Like I said, not my first rodeo. Don't want my new companions to get lost in the woods now, do we?
No, we
Besides, I'm excited to see which group catches their prey first. Shall we?
We shall.
Very good. Riga, the game is on. Let's not disappoint.
Just one question before you go.
Of course.
How do we know which one's the big one? Dumb question, but we don't actually know what any of them look like.
Large, dog-like humanoids, very commonly found amongst hyenas. I would probably say look for the one with heavy armor and the biggest brutish weapon you can find. From what we know, Tick is skittish. Light weapons, most likely some form of dagger or bow. Skirmishy kind of look. Tack is the smartest. Yeah, you'll probably find traps before you find Tack. Or he'll find you and it'll be an ambush. Either way, just be ready for that. Toe is a brute. He likes to hack the limbs off of his victims and eat their feet. Hence the name.
Aptly named.
Tic-tac-toe. Quite the game. Anything else? I'm itching for a game.
No.
I'm all good.
Very well. Then I wish you good luck.
What's up?
I would like to speak with my team in private.
Yeah, sure.
Well, you speak to your team. Riga, we're off.
Yeah, but
turns.
it's related to you.
Oh, I see.
To stay here.
Very well. Have your chat. You and your secrets.
Thank you very much. Guys, what do you think if I go with them? Because I did not trust in them.
As much as I would agree with you, there'll be two of them and one of you.
I know. But one's small.
I can't have my best friends sacrifice herself like that. What if they are not to be trusted?
Have they got gone now, haven't they?
They're waiting for you.
Roll deception.
Me.
What for?
I don't know.
What are you trying? You're trying to get their intent. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes.
Make me an
They said-
insight check.
Insight
Make me an
check it
insight
is.
check.
Can I do it?
Can I do it too?
You may. 2 people may do an action.
Ooh.
I got a 19.
I got a 6.
Mamba, your suspicions have you left in a moment of bias and are unable to read them. Saz, he seems more happy to play the game. There doesn't seem to be any malicious intent right now, from what you can tell from his body language and his tone of voice. It doesn't seem he's giving you any reason for distrust at the moment.
We'll keep an eye on him, Mamba.
What did I miss?
What did
They
I
mentioned
miss?
a-
I'm sorry, completely free.
It's alright.
You know,
it's
guys,
okay.
Essentially, at the moment, you guys as players are free to trust and distrust as much as you like. At the moment, his body language and his tone of voice aren't indicating any kind of lie.
Okay.
Guys, I'd rather trust him and be wrong than not trust him and be wrong.
He's led us out into the middle of the woods, so I have a feeling that if he would have attacked us by now, he would have done so already.
Alright.
If he tries anything, we'll just kill him.
I'd rather make
so.
friends. Marley. I'd rather make friends than enemies out here.
Not everyone can be your friend, Alade.
Okay, cool.
Like I said.
Lest we forget about the octopus that nearly killed us.
We didn't think the octopus was a friend, kiddo.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Marius.
Everything's
alright. Let's just clear up and do what's happening. Let's talk about it.
Very well. Good luck.
Let the games begin.
I like this woman. Riga, did I tell you I like this woman? I like this woman. She's got the right attitude. Let's go. And he and Riga immediately begin heading off in a relatively quick pace. They're not running, but they are following tracks with Riga seeming to lead the way. You guys have your own set of tracks. One of you make me a survival check at advantage, please. Mamba is off you go.
Seventeen.
You begin heading off off the track.
Sorry,
You said with advantage.
So, yeah, with advantage, yeah. Roll again. Roll twice and take the highest one.
Let me roll again.
Never mind.
17.
Okay.
Sorry.
As you head off, what kind of pace are you going to take? A slow pace, a medium pace, or a fast pace? Remember, the faster you go, the more likely you are to get ambushed. The slower you go, obviously the slower you go.
Medium.
Yeah, what's that medium?
It's fine with me.
Okay. You guys head off standard pace, trekking after these footprints, these paw prints in the dirt. With Mamba leading the way, it doesn't take you very long before you manage to find your way through the heavier woodland and to a small river. It winds its way through the thistlewood as you begin following it. The paw prints stay away from the water, but the mud here is getting a bit harder to walk in. And before long, you guys spot up in the distance a bit of movement through the trees. You begin to hear some laughing, chattering, this animalistic laugh, and the howl of beasts. A couple of hundred feet away from you.
Can I see them?
You can see basic movement through the trees. Go ahead and make me a perception check if everyone can. How are you guys going to proceed?
How long does your invisibility spell last, Marley?
It lasts for an hour.
15.
Perception. What the fuck is perception? Oh. 23.
Okay. 23.
I got a 13 for investigation.
13. Perception, please.
Perception, sorry.
15 for perception, I got.
Okay.
15 as well.
15.
Oh.
Okay. Not being particularly quiet at the moment, you do watch as through the trees up ahead, you can definitely see at least 2 upright figures that seem to be rifling through some form of pile. You also know that there is at least 1 creature on 4 legs. Without getting any closer, you guys can't see much more than that. It does seem that there's a small grove up ahead that they seem to have made their camp in.
Do you want to turn me invisible and I'll go check it out with a stealth check?
I would advise against that.
How come?
I can hide in almost anything too. I don't need to be invisible actually now that I think about it.
The invisibility spell, we may need it later.
True.
Right, and I can... Tiniest bit of foliage I can hide, and they're in trees, so I should be fine if I try and sneak up on them and just try and find out what's going on. I'm not going to try and attack them, I promise.
Okay.
Stealth first?
Yes, please. Are we using the invisibility spell?
No.
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 Okay.
No.
And is
16.
it 16? And is it just Galad that's going up?
Go up as well.
You go up as well? Everyone that wishes to go up, make a stealth check for me.
Yeah.
But, guys, why don't we go and... I'm so glad was going by herself.
Yeah, why don't you just let me go and I'll bring...
Yeah, exactly.
Those of you that have rolled, those of you that have already rolled, let me know what you've got. I know Pixie did.
Yeah, I did. 9.
9.
Before you go,
Okay.
can I take the rock?
Yeah? Yeah, take the rock.
Cool.
Okay. So, Pixie and Galad start making their way forward. You get closer and closer. And there's a moment where you're just getting through the last set of bushes to find a hidey hole to sort of peek in and look at this woodland. Where you, Marle, put your boot down a little bit too hard, and there's a loud snap under your foot as you break a twig. You hear nearby one of the beasts. Starts to growl, sniffing the air, hunting. The two upright figures that you can now see, 2 knolls, one of them with a bow over their back and light leather armor, the other one with a spear and looking a little bit more gangly, sort of to start looking around, suspicious of the area. On a roll of a natural 1, however, they don't seem to have spotted you yet. You now see, although they are actively looking for you, there are 2 knolls. One's a little bit taller with the bow, the other one seems to be of a regular sort of humanoid size, just a little bit taller than you. And you see 3 hyenas that begin patrolling around the grove.
Saz,
Are you with me, right?
I am, yes.
Are you next to me? Okay, what do you think? Wait a minute, Pete, do we know this?
You don't know what they've seen. No.
Oh shit.
You're further back.
well, Saz,
I would like to
burn
something so that smells come to us, so they stop looking for Marle in the bus. What do you think? If you don't mind, I would like to also bury the stone so the guys could
Exactly what I was thinking. That's why I asked for the stone back. Yeah, even if the other, shall we say, Team B haven't taken down the big guy, the majority of her will be here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And no doubt if we assume those 2 figures are if at least one of them is the smart one, then we can assume he'll have a way of messaging all of them. Jim for backup. So yeah, I think it's right that we should bury the stone.
What do you think about the snake? to burn something to cover Marle and Gladys now.
What are you thinking?
I don't know, I'm thinking about some leaves here in the forest, like what, I don't know, burn something, so it could cover that now.
Okay, how about burn something and then find a tree to climb in?
That's a great idea.
That way we can get an aerial view.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's a great idea.
You guys, you're in a woodland. It's not hard to find. It's not hard to find something to try and burn. Make me a survival check.
10.
10.
It was a 10, and sorry, Saz, I didn't quite get that. It was in the teens.
17.
17. You guys do manage to gather up some bits and pieces, and with your flints and steels and your tinder boxes, you manage to start a quick fire. You sort of load on enough. You're actively trying to make smoke, right?
Yeah.
So you gather some of the dry bits and pieces as quickly as you can. You don't seem to, you're rushing this. I take it. You're trying to get it done now as fast as possible. So you gather what you can. You then grab a lot of greenery and just dump it on the top the moment the fire's going. It begins to billow with smoke as you guys start looking around and find some trees to climb. It's not hard in the woodland. Please both make me athletics checks. Marle and Galad. Athletics, please, guys. And I'll come back to you guys in a minute for those results. Marle and Galad, as you guys are hiding, you sort of take a peek over your shoulder as there seems to suddenly be the start of smoke where your companions used to be. And it is getting bigger by the minute. Please make me another stealth check as these creatures are hunting you.
6.
22.
Okay. Marle, you sit very still. But in your summery mood, you can't help but sort of lose yourself for a moment. And in that moment, you start humming this tune that you have had in your head for ages. This wonderful idea that you could use for your next performance. And then you realise immediately where you are and stop. Galad quickly covering your mouth.
Right after doing that, I dart over to another bushel.
You sort of hush them and then quickly try and move quite quietly to a different one. Marle just sort of shuts up and sits there.
I have a question.
Yes?
Can I cast Earth Tremor as a ritual?
I don't believe it has the ritual tag.
Damn it.
Let's have a really quick look at your spells here. Earth Tremor does not, no.
Okay, is there anything that I can cast on the floor, walk away from, and then cast when something is by it?
Like a delayed spell. There are, when you're a higher level, you can. There are like arcane traps and symbols and things that you can use.
Okay.
For now, having got the worst rolls in the world tonight as a DM, you'll be glad to know, the hyena comes right up to the bush you're next to, sniffing the air. You then see its head prick up. Its teeth bare as it growls. And then starts bounding directly past your bush in the direction of the smoke that is now billowing from the bonfire behind you. You see 3 hyenas run towards it, as well as the knolls. One of them with a spear rushing up with the hyenas. The other one sort of nervously gathers his bow together. Hunt! as he starts dashing off as well.
Okay.
What were your athletics checks, guys?
15.
Natural 20.
I know where all of the luck's gone in this house. Right. Yeah, you guys quickly find some trees to hide in as you get yourselves up nearby the fire. It's pretty hard to do much whilst you're up in the trees, but you are hidden. As you see these 3 hyenas rush and bound and leap over towards the bonfire, sort of cackling and growling. As one of the knolls as well, you see the big spear sort of starts looking around, and the second sort of keeps his distance. What are you guys going to do? All 4 of you. 2 of you are behind them now in the bush line. 2 of you are in the trees above them.
So they're all running in the direction of Mamba and Saz.
Yeah, it's not very far away. You guys didn't stop that far out. It takes them a couple of seconds to get towards where the bonfire is, and they seem to be looking around for the cause of it.
Okay, I'm gonna run full sprint at them.
I'm
Okay.
gonna sneak and try and stay hidden and be as close as I can with still being within, let's say, 15 feet of the closest one.
Okay, for you to get 15 feet, if you wished to get there at a similar speed as Marle, you would also have to sprint, as she just bolts straight ahead. You begin sneaking your way around. At this point, as you see Marle just break from the tree line and run, the knolls immediately spin around and look, and they just sort of let out this. Everyone roll me initiative. Everyone roll me initiative. As Marle just bolts in.
13.
I'll come to you in a minute, guys. I'll come to you in a minute.
Cool, cool.
Where is initiative?
Initiative should be
it's
at the
right at the
top
top.
of your sheet.
Oh, found it.
Okay. Did anyone get above a 20?
No.
Okay. Above a 15? Marle, what'd you get?
19.
Mamba, sorry. I've got the names mixed up. Mamba. Above a 10?
13.
14.
11.
Galad, bringing up the rear.
Again.
Okay. Alright, first here, as Marle bolts out and gets to about 60 feet away from these knolls, they both sort of just turn around. The one with the spear immediately just sort of flips his spear around and adopts like a defensive posture, and he's going to look around for more threats. Can everyone that is currently hidden make me a stealth check?
Can I roll again? I don't know what happened. It went to the side of the sofa. I don't know what number it was.
If you don't know what the number was, roll it again.
10.
What was?
A stealth check.
8.
10, 8. Galad, you're currently remaining stealthy as well.
13.
13. You each individually watch as the gnoll scanning the area glances right past Marle and eyes you up in the bushes, Galad. He then sort of hears a rustling, sort of turns his head sideways and immediately spots the pair of you in the trees. He is aware of where you guys are. The other gnoll, who quickly sort of has his little ticks, draws an arrow from his quiver, knocks back, and releases at Marle. That is going to be a 15 to hit you. What's your armor class? Your
12.
AC?
God,
12.
I fire in with cutting words. Fuck off, little dog.
Okay, you just shout across. Oi, fuck you, little dog. Roll me a d6.
2.
15 becomes 13. Your armor class was 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you sort of, as you've got the arrow at full draw, he's like, eh? And just releases the arrow anyway. It sails through, just striking you in the shoulder. You take 7 points of piercing damage as the arrow strikes as hard as it could have. As he then is going to back up to be in the middle of the 3 hyenas. Mamba, your turn. You're in the trees, about 15 feet away from these hyenas. And the knolls now, they're all together.
Well, this is really crazy, but I'm gonna draw my bow sword, and I'm gonna jump up tree, Assassin's Creed style.
Okay, what are you aiming for? One of the hyenas or one of the knolls?
No.
One of the knolls. Are you aiming for the one with the bow or the one with the spear?
Which one is closer?
They're both roughly at the same distance.
Can I reach both of them? One.
You could reach. You could try and land between them. Alright, well, first off, make me an acrobatics check as you try and land this Assassin's Creed style drop.
Gonna need it for this.
Well, 9.
9. As you leap from the tree, there is an audible crumple as you smack into the dirt, and you just find yourself crashing to the floor. You're sort of laying there as these knolls just sort of straight down at you. You take 1 point of bludgeoning damage as you fall out the tree, but it doesn't take long for you to get back to your feet. It does take your movement to get back to your feet, but or you can stay laying on the floor. I wouldn't advise it as a DM. Yeah, cool. You get yourself back to your feet, and you have your attacks. You're in range of both. Where are you going to place your first attack against? Hyena, spear, or bow, or tick, as you will know him now.
Okay, I have tick here on my left.
Tick's on your left. There's a hyena in front of you, and the spear guy's on your right.
Okay.
Because I have to.
Can I tag both of them? Like.
So, because you're a Gloomstalker Ranger, and this is the first turn of combat, you can make 2 attacks with one weapon, and then a bonus attack with your offhand as a bonus action if you wish.
So I could do like 3 attacks in total?
Because of your Gloomstalker trait, you can make 3 attacks in the first turn. The third attack is not as powerful as the first 2, though.
Okay, so I would like to, with my right hand, I would like to attack the guy here.
Yep, make me an attack roll. Make me an attack roll. We'll do these one at a time. So roll a d20 and add your attack modifier, which for you is a +4.
So I
roll a d20.
Roll d20 and add 4. And add 4. Yep.
Okay. What number is this? How much damage per turn? 14.
14. 14, as you go to attack the knoll, it sort of just about brings its spear up and parries the blow out of the way. You have another attack. Would you like to try again on the same target? Your first one misses, just. To be fair, it misses by 1. I've always wanted to try this. If you wish, we're going to implement a house rule here. This is something a good friend of mine does, and I'm going to give it a go as well. So, because you failed by 1, you may push the attack to succeed at a consequence.
What was the consequence?
What does it mean?
So, because you've missed by 1, I will let you hit if you suffer a consequence. And I'm not going to tell you what the consequence is. It is a gamble. It is a risk.
No,
I don't have the DM.
Sorry. I would attack to
Okay.
the
Bow guy.
To Tick. Okay, so you're going to use your second attack to attack Tick. Yep.
Yep.
same
14.
14 misses again, I'm afraid. Tick seems to be wearing a little bit more armor than the other one. This one cannot be pushed. You have your bonus action attack if you wish to use it. I don't think you've got any other bonus. Alright, and
both claws at the same time.
yeah, cool. So you lash out. The first one gets parried by the spear. The second one he just avoids nice and quickly. You bring both blades up. Go for a hyena.
9.
Wait, is that including the +4? Unfortunately, the hyena as well just
Should've
darts
kept those
out
bunnies.
of the way. Yeah, we've burnt all your luck already. As the hyena darts out of the way, having made your 3 attacks and fallen out of the tree, that is the end of your turn. Saz, you're up. Marle, you're next.
I'm still in the tree, so my only action is to... It's going to be a short bow.
Okay.
Can I do insightful fighting? Ready for next time?
You can. You don't need insightful fighting if you're going to target one of them that are next to Mamba. Because Mamba is there, you will get your sneak attack.
Okay. I have a plan. Ish.
Okay.
Right. Shout down to Mamba, take out the arrows, take out the bow guy. So I relay that down to her, even though her action's already taken, so she can relay to the other people, who I don't know are coming yet.
Okay.
So what I do is I try and take out the bow guy myself as well.
Okay. Make your attack roll. This is using a short bow, yeah?
Yes.
Alright, you aim down at Tick, pull your bow back and just release the arrow. Make your attack roll. He unfortunately knows you're there. Sorry, this is something you can do. As a rogue, one of your abilities is that you can take the hide action as a bonus action. Now, that means that you can either attack and then hide, so that there's no retaliation, or hide and then attack in the same turn, which will reveal your location, but it will give you advantage if you succeed the hide.
I take the attack, then hide.
Okay, make your attack roll.
Okay. And that is a...
For you, it would be a d20 plus 5. And 12 in total. No, the arrow sort of sails just past him, just embeds into the dirt beside this knoll. You're then going to try and hide?
Yes.
Cool. Roll me a stealth check.
Stealth check. Come on, be good this time. 17.
Alright, yeah, this time, having you sort of utter a curse under your breath as the arrow misses, and then you just duck behind the tree trunk. You're sort of darting your feet from one tree branch to the next, just to stay up in the tree. It seems that you're hidden. Would you like to stay in the tree?
Yes, for now.
You stay hidden up in the tree. Marle, you are about 60 feet away. What would you like to do?
Okay. How many people have been revealed to the enemies?
You're not quite sure, but you have definitely seen an arrow being shot down. You saw Mamba just leap out of the tree and fall flat on her bum. Just a whirling... It's hard to see Mamba right now. There are 3 hyenas and 2 big knolls sort of surrounding them in this sort of whirling furvish of short swords.
Okay.
You know you've been shot.
I have. They fucking hurt. Cool. I would like to face step towards Tick.
Okay, that'll take
Preferably-
you 30 feet.
Oh, okay. That's not far enough, is it?
If you wish, I'm pretty certain I know what you're trying to do. If you wish, you can run 30 feet
Yeah.
and then face step 30 feet to make the distance.
Yeah?
Alright, so what does your summer face step do? Because Eladrin's, bro.
Let's see what we got here.
Okay, so you're going to run 30 feet forwards, and then you're going to just face step into the group of them, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright,
Close
so
to Tick as possible.
you can definitely make it to within 5 feet of Tick. It will mean that, just like Mamba, you're in the middle of the lot.
Okay.
Alright, so you guys watch as Marle, an arrow sticking out of her shoulder, just sort of runs forwards and explodes into this little sort of eruption of leaves and greenery. Reappears next to Tick and the other creatures, and this time, as she reappears, all of the leaves and all of the twigs ignite and burst into flames. I take it you would like to choose every creature apart from Mamba.
Every creature apart from Mamba.
Alright, they all take fire damage equal to your charisma modifier. What is your charisma modifier, Marle?
We are at +4.
Ooh. Yeah, you just erupt and burst into these flames as you reappear, and you sort of rematerialize amidst this tornado of burning leaves. The hyenas look ruined. They're alive, but they're not doing well. The 2 knolls sort of quickly pat down their fur, and as they get ready to continue. That is your bonus action. What would that do for your action?
So, who is around me right now? What's my immediate vicinity?
You teleport into the middle of them, so everything.
Okay. Can I... Let me just read, just in case. Okay. Can I jump into the air and push down onto the ground and cast 2nd level Earth Tremor?
Let's have a look. You may. Earth Tremor. Okay, if you're planning on hitting... everything, you will also hit yourself and Mamba. Alternatively, you can hit one of the hyenas, 2 of the hyenas, if you don't wish to hit each other.
I'll go for the hyenas.
You're going to go for just the 2 hyenas.
Yeah.
Cool. They make a dexterity saving throw. So if you could get your spell save DC up for me, ready to go. The first hyena rolls a grand total of 12. The second one a 14.
Where's this? Oh wait, first one rolled a 12, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the second one rolled a 14.
A 14.
The 14 matches, the 12 doesn't.
So if it matches, it beats your DC. Okay. So that one passes. The other one takes D6, 2d6 bludgeoning damage. Yep, and yeah, they're in trouble. What's the damage?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know what I was supposed to do.
2d6.
Oh.
2d6 bludgeoning damage.
4.
4. As the ground erupts, successfully saved, they take half. No, they don't take any. As the ground erupts, one of the hyenas just gets out of the way. The other one sort of just the ground underneath it splits apart, and it drops into the gap as the ground then reconverges and just crushes it. And one of the hyenas just stops breathing altogether. Very much down and done. Mark off your spell. Make sure you cast that. That will be the end of your turn. Galad, you're up.
How close am I?
You're 60 feet away as well.
Damn it. Sorry, give me 1 second.
You have 30 feet worth of movement, so you can get closer. Sorry, 35, yeah.
I'm not going to do that if I'm 60 feet. I'm going to cast Firebolt.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go for the heavier armored. Did you say they're called knolls?
Knolls, yeah. So yeah, the one with the bow, Tick. The one with the nervous Tick. Make your attack roll for me. It's a d20 plus 5 for you.
Ooh. 24.
24. This searing bolt of energy just sort of materializes in your hand as you sort of throw it forwards. This little bead just and explodes against him. Roll your damage. That will be 1d10.
4.
4. Good hit. Yeah, he sort of recoils, sort of patting out the fur as it starts looking around nervously. That is your action. You still have movement and a bonus action left if you wish to use them.
I'm going to get 30 feet closer.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast Shadow Blade.
If you can't cast 2 spells in the same turn.
Oh, right. Okay, then I'm just going to get 30 feet closer.
Cool. You do rush up. You get ready. You can always cast that next turn if you wish. As you get ready to cast your Shadow Blade. That will be the end of your turn. The 2 remaining hyenas are going to turn around, having just been burnt to a crisp. They're both going to attack Marle. The first one is going to attempt to bite you. And they're next to each other. These creatures seem to be better off. They're sort of using some kind of tactic as a pack to encircle you all at once, and are getting advantage on their attack rolls against you. The first attack is going to be a 16 to hit.
Oh.
Which I believe hits.
Yeah, it does.
You do have cutting words if you wish to use it.
Back off, little fucker.
Are you going to use it?
Yeah,
roll
sorry,
a d6.
I'm just in character.
Roll a d6.
6.
I will let you know. 6. Yeah, as you just shout at it, it sort of goes to bite you, and for that brief moment of confusion, hesitates just long enough for you to move your leg out of it. It misses. The second one is going to try and take a bite out of you. That one's also going to be a 16 to hit. You can't use cut.
Okay, that's fine.
You can only. It takes up your reaction to use cutting words. Remember, this also uses your inspiration, so you've now used 2 of them.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So this one also uses it. You get 1 reaction a turn, and you get it back at the start of your turn.
Oh, okay. So do I mark this off as... Wait, what do I mark this off as?
So you should have inspiration on your sheet. Let me find it.
Oh, I don't. I mean, I do.
Let me go into actions. Bardic inspiration. It's in your bonus action
that one. Okay.
segment. Make sure you've checked off 2 of them.
Okay.
Because you've now used this twice.
Okay, I didn't realise that was cutting words. Okay.
Unfortunately, cutting words uses one of your bardic inspiration dice.
Okay.
As it does bite into you, though, that is going to be one of those. You take 3 points of piercing damage as it savagely just rips into your leg. After them, we're going to go back to the top of the round, and it is the knolls. Tick is going to immediately sort of look at his situation. He looks up towards the tree, doesn't see Saz, so he's actually going to try and dart out of the fight. Marle and Mamba, you guys get to make attacks of opportunity if you wish.
Yep. I will draw my sword.
Okay, make your attack roll. Make your attack rolls, guys. Mamba, you get to add +4. Marle, you get to add +1.
11.
17.
The 11 misses. 17, as he tries to run, you do get one of your short swords and just nick against the back of his hide. You roll your damage for me. It is 1d6 +2.
No, wait. Yes, 7.
7. Nice. Nice. 7. Yeah, your blade sort of nicks against him. He sort of tumbles forwards. But he does sort of back up a little bit away from you guys, about 15 feet. Turns his bow and aims it towards Galad, who's throwing fireballs at him from a distance. And he's going to attempt to shoot back. And that is going to be pretty big. That's going to be a 21 to hit you. The arrow sinking in for 3 points of piercing damage, as it sort of skims past and cuts a nasty gash out of your arm. That is going to end his turn. The other knoll with the spear is going to, having parried one of your blows before, Mamba is going to take his spear and is going to jab down towards you. The hyenas are nearby, so he gets advantage. That's going to be a 15 to hit. What is your armor class?
9.
Yeah.
13.
13. The spear just juts straight down. Yeah, the spear just juts straight on down, sort of impaling you on the end. You take 9 points of piercing damage. Oh, he's running good. 9 points of piercing damage as the spear just sort of sinks in before he yanks it back and sort of just spills blood across the floor. So take your damage, and then it is back to your turn, Mamba. Saz, you're next. Yes, you're in pain. You've just been stabbed by a spear. It is not a pleasant feeling. But you are conscious. You're still up. You're still going. What would you like to do? Say that again. How are your surroundings? You currently have 2 hyenas next to you and Marle. The knoll with the bow, Tick, has darted 15 feet away from you, and the other one with the spear is right in your face.
I will attack to the one with the spear with my sword.
Okay, now that it's not the first turn, you get 1 attack with your primary weapon and an offhand attack with your second. So you get to make 1 attack this turn instead of 2, and then you can choose if you want to use a bonus action to attack with your second weapon.
Okay, gotcha.
Correct. Yep. It's a d20 plus 4 to see if you can hit this creature. 13 misses with your first attack. The blade, again, he just takes the butt of his spear, hooks it around the blade and pushes it away. Seems to be pretty nimble, these creatures. You can attack as a bonus action if you wish. Okay. $14. You are missing by 1. Would you like to push it? Yes. Okay, so as your bonus blade, you sort of bring your offhand through and you swing. The blade sort of catches into the knoll. Roll 1d6 damage. Because this is your offhand weapon, you don't get to add your 2. So it's just to say that. However, it's still 6 points of damage, which is looking pretty good. That knoll's looking hurt. However, as your blade digs in, the knoll sort of recoils back in pain, reaches down with one of his hands, and just batters your hand away and disarms your offhand weapon. The blade sort of clatters to the floor behind the knoll. One of them, one of your blades. Your offhand blade has been disarmed and cast aside. It will take you a bonus action to pick it up next turn. Alright. Are you going to move anywhere, or are you going to stay locked into the combat? You can move. What I will tell you is that if you decide, just like the knoll that moved away from you guys, if you're in a combat and the knoll and you move away from creatures, they get to try and hit you. Knowing that, would you like to stay where you are, or would you like to try and retreat back? Alright. Alright. Saz, you're up. You are currently hidden. What would you like to do?
Okay. So there's 2 hyenas and 2 gnolls left, yeah?
There are 2 hyenas, both looking incredibly wounded. The knoll with the spear is looking fairly damaged, however, is still very much in the fight. And Tick, the slightly larger knoll, with the bow, he's looking pretty healthy.
Can I see the bow guy?
Peeking around the side of the tree, yeah, you can see the whole lot.
Okay. Remind me what Hellish Rebuke does.
If you take damage, you can use your reaction to cause damage back.
Okay. And tell me about the cantrip, the Infernal Legacy one.
Oh, which one is it? You have...
Thaumaturgy.
Thaumaturgy. That is a small spell that it will cost you an action to do. It allows you to do stuff that most people would consider like a haunted house. Like you can open and close shutters and open and close doors and make them slam, and you can make harmless sensory effects in an area. You can project your voice 300 times louder. But aside from that, it is not a combat spell.
Ooh, I have
Can it
an idea.
cause fear or anything?
On its own, not really.
No, I wasn't good.
Not in the heat of combat, anyway.
No. Okay. I peek out and aim for... I'll aim for the spear guy.
Alright.
Mamba.
Make your attack roll. Because you're hidden, you have advantage on the attack roll.
Okay. So glad I have that advantage. 20.
Natural 20.
Dirty.
20. Yeah, the arrow sinks straight in. He did not know you were there, and Mamba is right next to him, so roll your d6 damage, plus your 2d6 sneak attack damage. So it's 3d6 damage right there. It's nice. Nice.
3d6 worth of damage. 13.
Cool, and is that including your plus 3 for your dexterity?
No, that is 16 then.
16. As you sort of lean around the tree, you take a moment to take stock of your targets. You settle your bow against the side of the tree to brace it, draw back, and you wait a moment, and you wait for the perfect time where the knoll pulls the spear back, ready to slam down, and as it does, it exposes the weak point just in the center of its neck, and you straight through with an arrow. The knoll sort of gargles and splutters, and then just drops to the floor, unbreathing and unmoving. Dead. Good shot.
Okay, and that leaves me with a bonus action, correct?
Correct. You may again attempt to hide. You may move. You may dash.
So that leaves just our guy and 2 hyenas. Okay, I'll attack one of the hyenas if I can.
You can't attack again with your bow. If you had your short sword and a dagger out, you could use your offhand dagger.
See, question about the dagger. Can I throw it?
You normally would. At the moment, a bow is a two-handed weapon, so you wouldn't be able to draw and throw. There is a feat later that will allow you to do that. I will talk to you if you wish.
Okay. I hide back and try and get into a better angle.
Okay, make me another stealth check for me.
Okay, stealth check coming up.
As you loose your arrow, count your strike, and dart amongst the treetops, trying to find another area to hide.
10.
Okay. You are not sure if you're hidden, but you do your best. Marle, you're up. Galad, you're next.
Okay, so who is in front of me currently?
You have 2 hyenas chomping at your heels, and 15 feet away from you is the tick with the bow.
Okay. And the hyenas are in really bad shape, right?
They're looking pretty rough.
Cool. In that case... Okay. I'm going to take my sword, which is already drawn, and I am going to smash down onto the neck of one of the hyenas.
Alright, make your attack roll for me. Marle, for you that is a d20 plus 1.
11.
11 just hits. Roll your damage for me. That is 1d8 minus 1. You are not a strong individual.
Can I attack with dex instead?
Not with a longsword, you can't.
Damn it.
If you want that, you will need a dexterous weapon, which is a short sword.
Oh, okay. Rapier. Oh, sorry. No, I know what I meant. 6.
6. Are you attacking with one hand or 2 hands? 1. 1. Yeah, cool. 6 points of damage. Yeah, you lop off the head of the first hyena. It's a thick slammering of blood that coats the floor. The area is starting to get pretty hard to see at the moment. There's a lot of smoke billowing out of this massive bonfire of leaves that have been made. But yeah, you immediately lay waste to one of the hyenas. You've got 1 hyena left and a bonus action. What would you like to do?
Okay, with my bonus action, does Bardic Inspiration count as that?
Yeah, you can use Bardic Inspiration to inspire an ally as a bonus action.
Cool. I mean, I wrote this for, you know, thinking Riga was going to be with us, so let's just ignore that. Riga, oh Riga, ever so eager for a fight. My friends think me too polite, but here we are together as we fight. These damn knolls, curse their very souls. Now, let's bury them in their own personal holes. That is for you, Mamba.
Whoa. Dark bit of poetry there from our summer Eladrin. Mamba, you get a d6 that you can add to any attack roll, ability check, or saving throw for the next 10 minutes. Mark off your 3rd Bardic Inspiration there. Are you going to move, or are you going to stay there?
I'm good where I am. Oh, I'm good where I am.
I can hear that through Letty's mic. Okay, in that case, it's going to bring us to Galad.
Okay.
You are 15 feet away from Tick, and 60 feet from the hyena.
I'm going to cast Soul of the Dead at Tick.
Alright, I believe it's a wisdom saving throw. So if you can get your spell save DC, Tick rolls pretty high, but he's not the wisest creature in the world. That is going to be a 14. What is your spell save DC? If you go to your spells page, it will be at the top of your spells. It will say save 13. DC. 13. Unfortunately, as you sort of slam the base of your staff against the floor, he sort of hears this ringing in his head and just shakes it free. I believe if He passes. That does not deal damage. No, unfortunately, he succeeds his wisdom saving throw and does not take any of the damage.
Okay. I'm gonna move away and use my bonus action to try and hide in whatever foliage is filled.
You back away. Not being a rogue, you can't use your bonus action to hide. That is something that Saz can do very specifically. But you can take cover behind a tree if you'd like. It'll provide you some form of cover.
Sorry, I think Rose. I didn't hear what you said.
If you would like, instead of hiding like Saz can, you can just try and move behind a tree. You are far away from the combat compared to everyone else.
True, but his bow keeps scaring me. So yeah, I'm gonna move behind a tree then, but still within about 60 feet of him.
Alright, you're going to stay within range. You're just going to sort of put your back behind a tree. That will increase your armor class as you're taking cover. So your armor class for now is increased by... it's a tree, it's probably 3/4, so it's increased by 5.
Okay.
It is going to be the end of your turn. The hyena, the remaining hyena, is going to sort of do his best to just keep gnawing at Marley's feet. He no longer has any friends nearby, so he's on his own, and he gets a grand total of a 4 to try and hit you, which I'm pretty certain will miss you, Marley.
A 4?
A 4!
I'm good.
Yeah, you just hold your boot out and kick his mouth away. It doesn't seem to be having a good day, that hyena. Tick's turn. Tick, seeing the lad just dart off behind a tree, he's going to look around in a bit of a frenzy, look up, fail to see Saz, and instead he's going to pull back and fire at Marley. On a natural 20 to hit. Oh, DM gets a natural 20. Oh, finally, gang, finally. Here we go. They're getting there, they're getting there. That is not a pretty roll for you. That is going to be... that's going to be 12 points of piercing damage as this arrow fires through and just impacts square into your chest.
Yeah, I'm down.
You guys watch as Marley just sort of recoils back from the arrow, and then her body just slams into the floor in a burst of leaves, unconscious and beginning to bleed out. At this point, Tick, seeming a bit more confident in himself, is also going to dart around and try and find cover behind a tree to give himself some protection from ranged attacks. So Mamba, you're up. You have a hyena next to you. You've just watched Marley drop to the floor unconscious, and Tick he's about 20 feet from you, hiding behind a tree. What do you want to do?
Is he next to me?
Tick isn't, but the hyena and Marley both are.
Yeah, Marle. Can I use my spell to heal her?
You have got Cure Wounds. Yeah, you've got Cure Wounds. You can cast that. It will take your action to do so.
Yeah. So yeah, with like fear crossing my body, somehow I managed to dodge Marle and cast Cure Wounds.
All right, you reach down. The spear that was jabbed into you has been pulled out, so you're free from that. But you reach over, you put your hand onto Marle, and you cast your earthly magic through. Roll a d8 plus 3 to regain her hit points. Marley, you come back to consciousness, looking up at the sky and the trees above you. You have 5 hit points back, and you're back at the game. Mamba, as a bonus action, would you like to pick up your other sword that was dropped earlier?
Please.
Cool. Yeah, you quickly nip over and grab that blade. That is going to end your turn. Saz, you're up.
Okay. How bad is the hyena hurt?
The hyena's looking really hurt. Like, really hurt. It's on its last legs. Tick is looking pretty healthy.
Can I see?
You can just about see Tick. Tick is currently in what's called 3/4 cover, which means his armor class is increased by 5. At this stage, I will... This is like tutorial mode, I like this. I'm going to introduce something called delayed action for you. If you'd like, you can hold your action and designate a trigger for something to of something happening for you to start acting on it. Now, this only holds your action, so you cannot hold your entire turn.
Okay.
For example, a trigger could be when Tick steps out to attack someone, I will attack him.
Yeah, that sounds good, actually.
You can choose to move and do your bonus action beforehand, but you'd have to do that now if you want to then hold your action.
Is that for everyone?
Alright.
Everyone. Yeah, everyone can do that. Everyone can hold an action.
I have an idea. Can I get to the tree above Tick?
Whilst sneaking, that would be pretty tough. If you'd like to break stealth and bolt, you could. It might also require a little bit of fancy footwork. At the moment, however, you are hidden.
Yeah, screw it. They know I'm there. I run across the branch.
You're going to try and get above him?
Yeah.
Okay, so you break from stealth, you start sprinting. Do me a favour and make me a quick acrobatics check as you start leaping from branch to branch, Legolas style.
14.
14, you keep your feet and you nimbly dart across the canopy. It doesn't take you long to get above Tick. As you do, though, he sort of looks straight up in this panicked face. What would you like to do?
Can I take my action now?
You can. If you'd like, you can use... This is a good time for you to use your insightful fighting. At the moment, you don't have advantage to attack Tick and no one's next to him, so you don't get sneak attack. If you use your insightful fighting and succeed, you get your sneak attack if you then attack him afterwards.
Yeah, okay. I'll use my insightful fighting.
Make me a... I believe it's an insight check with insightful fighting.
Okay.
Insightful fighting. Make an insight check versus their deception. Turns out knolls are not charismatic. -1. So yeah, you immediately discern where he's going to try and dodge, and get ready to attack. Draw your bow. Make your attack roll.
Attack roll. Say that one again. 14.
14. As you draw back and you loose the arrow, it just misses and just embeds into the floor next to him.
I still have one bonus action left, don't I?
Using insightful fighting is your bonus action.
Okay, and that is all my actions then?
That would indeed be all your actions for now. If you would rather have done something else instead of using insightful fighting, then no, cool, awesome. I understand that at the moment, guys, we're all still in sort of learning our characters and learning our classes. I'm allowing slip-ups and stuff, so don't panic. But cool, that's going to end your turn. And Saz, Marle, you sort of wake up, you're on the floor. Oh man, that hurts. You look down, yank the arrow out of your chest. The healing magic of Cure Wounds sort of knits the flesh back together again to stop you bleeding out. What are you going to do?
Thank you, Mamba. Okay. The hyena's still here, right?
Yeah, it is, right next to you.
Cool. I'm gonna slice its throat.
Whilst laying on the floor, you're going to stand up first?
I'm gonna stand up first.
Cool. Yeah, you get to your feet. It takes half of your movement to do so, but you do scramble to your feet, take your blade, make your attack roll for me. Now that there are no enemies between you and Mamba, you actually have advantage on this attack roll as you guys are essentially flanking this creature one on either side. +1 to your attack.
Yeah, 11.
11 just hits hyenas. You are getting on the money of these. Make your damage roll.
It's -1, right?
It is -1.
6.
6! Yeah, and once again, this blade, in a moment of anger, in a summary, passionate attack, you just sort of sink the blade straight into the ribs of this hyena and give your long sword a good twist as it crumples down onto the floor, also dead.
For my bonus action, can I use one of those healing poultices?
It takes an action to use the poultice.
Okay, but not a bonus.
A bonus action for a potion.
Hey guys, do you mind if I use a potion real quick?
Take the potion.
Thank you. I'll drink a potion.
Okay, drink one of the potions. You heal 2d4 plus 2.
Cool. 2. 6.
Alright. Heal up 6 points. It's going to be the end of your turn. Galad, it's your turn.
Oh, I'm gonna use the delayed action thing till he steps out from the tree or tries to, whatever, till he becomes a little more seeable.
Okay, so you're gonna have. I take it you're gonna step out from your tree so you can see as this is happening. What are you going to hold? What action are you holding?
Can I hold a spell?
You can. You have to tell me what spell you're going to hold.
Firebolt.
A firebolt. Yeah, you step around the corner. You sort of start spinning the glyphs and runes that you have learnt and studied as the firebolt begins to form in your hand, and you just hold it and hold it. What is the trigger until he steps out into view?
I'm gonna get close to him so that, and try and kind of come up on his side. So
Okay.
if he just, and I'm gonna try and. Can I try and get his attention with my bonus action? Like, make really loud steps or something?
You could try and shout across if you'd like.
Yeah.
Make me an intimidation check as you step out and start shouting across to Tick.
16.
16. You don't know if it's going to do anything yet, but you start shouting, and I take it you're holding your firebolt until you get a better view of it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That will bring us to the end of your turn then. The hyenas are all dead. Let's cross them off the list. Tick, hearing your shouts, but having just been shot at by someone directly above him, is going to assess his threat, look straight up, draw his bow, and just fire up into the tree at Saz. Oh, Tick is rolling well. Good boy, Tick. Good boy. Who's a good boy? That is going to be a 23 to hit. 22 to hit you.
Yeah.
All right. You feel the arrow sort of nick past. Oh, it didn't do too good on damage. That is 3 points of piercing damage as the arrow just sort of nicks against you, doing some hurt, but you're still in the fight. He's then going to look around and decide, especially as he peeks around the tree with his head, sees that you're sat there holding this whirling dervish of flame in your hand. He's going to stay there. He's pretty happy where he is. If you would like, you can activate your spell, your trigger, manually. You can do that now, or you can wait and hope that one of your allies can force him out from that tree. You essentially hold this action. It's not a disadvantage. He just has +5 to his armor class right now because he's hiding. You can hold your action until your next turn.
I mean,
so one of the
things
things
go ahead of me, so yeah, try and get him out.
Easy enough.
That brings us to Mamba. Mamba, you're about 20 feet away from the tree that Tick's hiding behind. What do you want to do?
How far away, sorry?
About 20 feet.
Is that in the range of my...
You have 25 feet.
It is. I would like to use my short bow. Yeah.
Okay, so you stow your blades, you pull out your short bow. Again, Tick's hiding behind a tree right now. It will be harder to hit him with your bow from here. You can also, if you'd like, hold your action until you can get a better shot.
I'm still having the hyena next to me.
The hyena's dead. Yeah, Marle just cut them to bits.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the spell-slinging bard brought steel to a steel fight. Just chop them up.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold it.
Alright, you're holding as well, which is going to bring us to Saz. It's your turn.
Okay, so he is directly below me, correct?
He's directly below you.
Okay, can I do tack with the bow? Or bonus action, can I drop something as well?
You can drop something? Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yep, cool.
Make your attack roll then. How long does insightful fighting last?
Right, attack with a short bow. It's an 18 to hit.
18 does hit, and because of your insightful fighting, you get sneak attack for the next minute. Sorry, the next 9 turns, even if you wouldn't normally get it. So insightful fighting's damn good. Yeah, you do hit. Roll your 3d6 damage plus 3.
3d6 plus 3. Oh, Christ. That's 6.
Oof. Was that 3 ones? Oh,
That's
Saz!
But I have another idea as well.
Okay, so you release the arrow, you aim for the weak point, but in the last moment you release tension on the bow before loosing, and it just doesn't sink in enough, and he grumbles in pain, but he does batter the arrow away. He is hurt. What are you going to do for your bonus action?
I dropped the bag of ball bearings on him.
Alright, are you opening it and just spilling it on the floor? Now,
yeah.
I will say that ball bearings work a lot better on a smooth surface and you're in a forest.
Oh, I'm not expecting him to like slip on him. I'm expecting him to like jump out the way for someone to take it.
Make me a deception check. You are throwing a non-damaging object at someone in a guise that it's going to explode. He's not smart.
10.
10 with a roll of a 7. He sees it coming and is going to use his reaction to sort of dive out of the way. As he does that, he steps out from behind the tree, and you guys can both see, those of you that have held actions, can both see him quite clearly. This is going to trigger your held action, so make your attack roll with the firebolt, make your attack roll with your short bow. Let's see if we can get some hits on this guy.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20 is going to hit. That is 1d10 fire damage as the firebolt just crashes into his back. Mamba?
What's it 20
What's it 20 and what?
Roll a d20, and for your bow, you get a +6 for your bow.
Okay, so
I got 7.
You got a natural 1.
Yes.
Natural 1. Okay. So I will go ahead and make a note of a weapon attack. Number 1. Mamba, roll me a d20. Natural 1 again. Okay, so I will give you guys a bit more info here. I know this is more rules to put in your head. Every time you roll a natural 1 on a weapon attack, you get a point of damage on your bow, and you roll a d20. If your d20 matches the number of damage points you have on your weapon breaks. Mamba, as you draw back your bow, the string snaps. Your bow is now broken and unusable until you can get it repaired at either a shop or a skill check yourself. How do we do with the firebolt?
3.
3 points of damage. Okay. Mamba, go ahead and mark down that you have a broken bow now in your inventory. As far as getting it repaired goes, you can either, if you are proficient in carpenter's tools or woodworker's tools, repair it yourself. You can find somewhere a Fletcher that can repair it for you, or you could go to a shop to get it replaced. That is your held actions done, which brings us to Marley's turn. Tick's starting to look pretty hurt.
Good, where is Tick?
He's about 20 feet from you, standing in the open beside a tree.
Okay.
Galad, you're up next.
Is a cantrip an action or a bonus action?
It depends on the cantrip. I believe the ones you have are action.
Okay.
Marle spells. You got yeah, vicious mockery is an action. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Very good spell in my book.
I am going to. Fuck it. I am going to conjure up a wonderful ball of fireworks and shoot them straight at Tick.
Alright, you're going to cast pyrotechnics.
I am.
Alright, so mark off your second level spell there. I do
Done.
believe that means that you've now cast both of the two you have.
It's fine.
Cool. He's going to make a Constitution saving throw. You sort of pluck up the leaves around you, using some of your Eladrin innate magic, and flick them out towards him. He is going to roll a... How good are their Constitution? Not very good. A 9. Well, I believe... yeah, cool.
Yeah.
And as you flick these fireworks at him, they sort of explode in his face. And he's sort of struggling to see. He's currently blind until the end of your next turn, Marle. Would you...
Can I dart at him with my dagger and use that as a bonus action?
Because you haven't attacked as your first action, you can't use your bonus action to use an offhand. Okay. But you can close the distance ready for next turn.
I will do that.
Cool. You dart off. Is there anything else you'd like to do? You're like one of the only people at this level that have bonus actions. Which is your inspiration?
I'll keep that for now because I've only got one slot left.
Okay. Galad, it's your turn.
I'm gonna cast Firebolt again.
Oh yeah, let's get this back out there. Another ball of fire just emerging up your hand. Make your attack
How
roll.
memeable of me. +5, right?
For you,
17.
it is indeed a +5. 17. 17 does hit as this whirl of fire spreads up your arm and then shoots out towards him. D10 damage.
A 9.
Oh. 34. He's looking pretty hurt right now. And to the point where he's looking like he's getting ready to flee. You can see him sort of looking around and getting ready to move. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I'd like to get as close as possible then.
Cool, you get as close as you can. You can get right up to him if you'd like.
Let's say within 5 feet.
Yep, cool. 5 feet is considered next to him in terms of combat. It means that if he tries to run away from you, you can attack him. At 10 feet, if he tries to run away, you won't be able to attack him.
Okay, let's do 5 then.
Alright, you get into melee range. Okay, it is his turn, and he is going to try and flee. So, I believe the two people that are right next to him right now are Marle and Galad. You guys can make attack rolls if you wish.
Yeah.
Cool. This does use your reaction, by the way. So if he then attacks you, Marle, you won't be able to use cutting words.
Okay. Has 14.
+3.
Is it plus anything, by the way?
22.
So we got a 22 with the staff. Yeah. 22 with the staff. That's good going. What we got here? And so it was a. So yeah, your staff has a +3 to hit, doesn't it? So yeah, 22 hits. Marle?
14 plus, what was it?
+1.
15 then.
For you. 15. You are 1 off. Would you like to push it?
Yeah.
Alright. So you guys both swing out as Tick darts and tries to get away. You guys swing in, one with the blunt end of your staff, the other with the edge of your long sword. Make your attack damage rolls, guys.
And D8, right?
Are you using one or two hands, Marley?
2.
1d10.
Oh, cool.
With the stave, it was a d6 plus 1. What did we get?
7.
Wait, is that even a d10?
7.
9.
7. You got 9 points of damage.
Yeah.
After the hit with the stave, that is the exact remaining hit points he had. Describe how you finish off this knoll as he tries to get away from you. He just got battered by a stave, burned by 2 fire bolts, shot by a few arrows, and as he's trying to flee, you swing out. What do you do?
I'm going to swing out with the handle of my sword, smack him on the head, get him to the ground, hold it to his neck, and say, "You foul, loathsome little creature, you are completely fucked right now," and then slice his head off.
Okay. In a brutal display of mercilessness, you nail him down to the floor with a blunt smack. You can see like part of the skull slightly cracking as he sort of goes down. You pick him up by the gruff of his hair, take your blade, and with a moment of rage, swing your blade back and just slit open his throat. Blood and spit just cakes the floor. As you do so, having pushed this attack, your swing goes wide, and you catch Galad with half the damage. Galad, you take 5 slashing damage. As the blade just nicked across your cheek.
Sorry, it was for a good cause.
The clearing goes quiet. Galad quickly clutches at her cheek, the blood dripping down. The knoll gurgling on the spot for a moment or two before choking on his own blood. And I think that is a good time to take a break.
Very good time.
It is 9:30, so we're a little bit past the regular break time at 9 o'clock, but we'll take a quick break here, guys. Again, Pix, 10-minute break.
Yeah, it's fine.
10 minutes
Alright.
sounds good.
And so we will meet you guys all back here at... for Wilmont is going to be very different, but for the rest of us, it will be 21:42.
-6.
There we go.
Stupid bloody.
All sorted. Alright. We'll be back soon.
Oh, good.
Come on. Pancake is a bitch. Sorry, I'm just insulting Pancake. Ah. Oh, come on.
Back in a bit.
That's cool. Oh, it's fine, don't worry. Wait, it keeps playing the wrong fucking... Oh my god, I'm actually just giving up in general with music box. How's everybody doing? We only have 2 toilets in the house, so you're stuck with me. Right. Skip. Stop. Stop fucking... Oh. Sorry, I'm literally yelling at our music bot right now. Skip. Oh my... Skip. Oh wait, hang on. Pause. By the way, congrats. Oh, thank you so much, Bandit. It was so fucking amazing. Oh, so you guys can hear me twice because Letty hasn't muted. Is the toilet free? Sweet. Okay, back in a second, guys. We're just gonna run a wee ad. I won't be long. Love you guys. Summer Marle is fun. Marle is murderous.
And actually realised how much this mic picked up.
It happens.
Sweaty bits.
Oh, so we all do the old person groan when we sit down in our chair then.
What happened? What happened? By the way, Pixie, how do you change the stream tags and stream elements? Bandit, I will show you. I will show you on stream. Okay. You can see it on screen, right? Dashboard. If you go over to dashboard, on the quick settings bit, and then like you just do that before you go live. It's actually so much easier to use than Streamlabs. Like Streamlabs can suck it. Get them with the Sigma. I didn't mean to hit your cheek, Wilmont. I'm sorry.
Who's this Wilmot person? I'm Galadesis.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
an angry
shit.
bitch.
Who the fuck's Wilmont? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit your cheek, Galad.
Well, I was laughing evilly beside you, so I'm gonna take it that you didn't like my laugh and just be like,
Yeah. What about the tags?
look at you go.
What about the tags actually? I think the tags I just do them on Twitch. So glad that ball bearing trick worked. That was a good ball bearing trick.
Yes, thank you.
It's better than the idea I had, not gonna lie. I was gonna fucking dart at the damn thing and then cast Earth Tremor on the tree and destroy it.
I was gonna dart up with my health spell.
Right. Let's fix Pancake. Because Pancake is being a bitch. How do I delete the queue?
Yeah, if you go to it's not video producer. What's the other option? Where you can change the title of your stream and stuff. You can put the tags in.
Yeah, that's basically what I do. Well, now anyway. Because
Streamlabs is terrible.
It really is terrible. I'm so glad I switched. There we go. We got some nice ambient shit going on now, not battle music. Thank you. Amazing. Oh my god, you can do them. Yeah, you can do them on Twitch. Where's my... There you go. There's my stream manager. If you go in, edit stream info, you got all your tags there.
That's...
I love that we've got, like, backseating allowed. Who's gonna be backseating? You're so not a dumbass, Bandit. It's totally okay, though. I got you. Sometimes I know things. Oh, God. Ooh,
You know, I'm starting to wonder if my D20 has anything less than a 10 on it.
Let's keep it that way. I like that.
It just really loves me. It's hard to see, but it's gold and blue colors of
pretty.
Ravenclaw. My friend bought it for me for Christmas like 5 years ago.
Oh, damn. Did you see the ones I posted in the Discord, by the way? I can't wait for them.
Yes.
I need to actually message Half Gay about that because they're from a company that Half Gay, Half Elf runs, and I have 2 addresses on my thing because I'm stupid.
Well, I was gonna buy new ones, but after these last sessions, I don't think I can replace these. Bad idea.
Stream Elements is so much better though. It has way more options and it's more modular. Yeah, for sure. And literally, I can run so many different things at the same time as Stream Elements now. Like, if I was doing the Stream Avatars thing with all the stuff I've been trying to do now, my computer would just be like, no, this is ridiculous. Don't even try.
surprised my computer's holding in there.
Congrats.
Not even
good.
really overheating. That's good.
All right.
Abby, 1 second.
That is fine.
It's for my dice.
Fire dice.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
No worries, I'm still waiting a moment.
I've got another time for another biscuit then.
Oh,
What
where's
biscuit,
mine?
though? I want to judge. Disappointing.
Slobs, hey, how appropriate.
I promise rich teeth hobnobs for next week.
Much better. There we go. Okay. Alright, I'm good now. Yeah, it seems swaps compatibility for intuition. Good starting software. Yeah, definitely good starting software, but, you know, as soon as it starts having a tantrum, it's like, no, we're going to have a massive tantrum and we're going to ruin your entire stream. Because I've noticed since I switched to Stream Elements, I haven't had a single issue. Which is fucking great. And now I have hair in my mouth. Everyone, swig your drinks.
God damn it, Mike! I just
Mike is forcing us all to drink.
Oh, I see.
I especially need to be hydrated because I'm fucking dying.
I'm
Get
fucking
yourself
dying.
a like that.
Well, actually, no, I'm not that bad. I'm just at half health.
I'm at half.
Oh, I'm only down for you points. That's good.
It's because you hiding in trees. Sneaky, sneaky.
Mike, you are entirely correct. Hydration is key. Hydrate.
Hydration is best hydration.
I hope you're all hydrating nicely.
Very.
Stay hydrated, ladies and gentlemen.
Alright, on with the robe.
Drink check.
Everyone else has their own D&D gear. I might as well wear this.
I don't. I have a hamster blanket that I'm wrapping myself in.
That counts.
Hey, well, I mean, in my opinion, like, Pixie needs 4 outfits, because every time she changes season, she's going to have to change it up.
We're going to have to start allowing breaks for costume changes.
Costume change?
Yeah. Different makeup and everything, because I've planned everything. Like, I should be having, like, war paint and everything right now. Colour me disappointed in myself.
I will forgive you.
If you're colored disappointed, what season does that make you?
Winter.
Probably winter.
In Canada, I can concur. Fuck winter.
Okay. I'm running out of vape liquid. I'm sad.
Are we all set?
I'm sad.
I guess so.
Okay.
I have hydration
quickly-
tablets. Oh wow, it's
Quickly jot this last bit down. Okay. Right. You guys have just witnessed a rather brutal, or so far uncharacteristically violent, reaction from Marle. The area is quiet. The hyenas and knolls lay dead at your feet. The bonfire, although billowing out smoke, is not a large fire at all. You lit it very quickly, and to get that much smoke, you smothered it rather quickly. You've got the stone, I believe, still in your hand, Saz.
which was already buried. We buried it
You
before
buried
the
it
fight.
just before the fight. Okay. And you have a moment to recover and organise yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves. What would you like to do?
I'm very
Okay.
sorry, Galad. I did not mean to do that. Are you okay?
I'm a little hurt.
Well, I have
I'll
a
get over
poultice
it.
if you need one.
Or we
Right.
could take a short rest.
I'm going to come down from the tree, and I'm going to do two things. One, I'm going to take a balm off Marle, because one thing I've learned, the person with all the heals goes down, we're all screwed.
Hmm?
The second thing I do is I want to gather up all the barbarians I dropped.
Okay. Make me an investigation check. You try and find 1,000 barbarians in the woods. Which I do remember, you still have 1 level of disadvantage, so this 1 level of exhaustion, so this should be a disadvantage. As should all of your stealth checks so far, but we'll gloss over that because I forget every session.
Okay. I got a 19
Sticky note on your forehead.
with a disadvantage.
19. Wow, yeah. With that, it takes you a little bit of time, but you gather them all. You find them all.
And I give the barbarians
And I
to Marle.
Okay. I can have fun with these.
Don't use them yet. You'll know when to. And I
like-
just make a comment of, there were some very fancy pyrotechnics you did earlier.
Oh, I love this idea. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful, I'm excited.
You like to
Who's
loot.
hurt?
Mamba, make me an investigation check. As everyone else sort of gathers themselves and makes sure no one's bleeding out, your mind goes to money. But these knolls must have summon! Roll a d20 and add your investigation, please. 5. Looking around, you take a look at these knolls. They're wearing pulled together bits of leather armor. Tick had a little bit more. The armor's definitely too big for you. And it doesn't look any better than what you guys are already wearing. These guys are very much almost humanoid versions of their bestial counterparts. They are scavengers, and there is not a lot of organization here. You do find 3 gold coins and a copper ring in a pouch on Tick.
I'm not wearing armor, am I?
You're not. You are not wearing armor at all.
So I'd like to take the armor from Tick then, please.
What I will tell you is that if you're wearing armor that you are not proficient in, you will have a lot of penalties, and as a wizard, you are not proficient in any armor at all.
Okay.
There is a reason you don't have armor at the moment.
Okay, I'll leave it alone.
Mamba, I have a good idea for you. There is probably a bow around here somewhere. There's a bow.
There is a longbow on Tick.
Take it.
You will be attacking at disadvantage with a longbow because you are too small.
Oh.
It is twice your height.
Will I?
I was gonna
Have a look here. Yeah, so Galad, you will not have disadvantage, but you will not get your proficiency bonus when you attack with it because you're not proficient in weapons.
Okay.
That's okay. I probably won't use it much, but I do have a bow, don't I?
I don't think you do.
I was going to say, how about I give Mamba my short bow and I take the long bow?
I actually think you might be proficient in them, actually, Galad, because you're a wood elf. Though I will tell you that your spells do more damage.
Yeah, no, I thought I had a bow to trade her. I don't.
I believe Saz just said that he could take the longbow and give Mamba his short bow.
Great hands, right, sir?
She. I've got it. We're good. That will not be the last time I forget.
That's right. Once I'm done with the characters, I'll have a picture of her up soon. Which I want to have a chat with you guys about after all this sessions.
Okay. So, what was that, Mamba? You've gone quiet. Just me that can't hear her.
No, I can't hear her either.
Mamba?
Just fix.
There's a sound box there somewhere. Oh, and help if they're in. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
My back. I completely forgot.
Yeah. Was that possible?
Speak to Saz.
Was that possible?
I don't know.
I'm asking the DM if that said it's possible, so...
If Saz would like to give you their short bow, whilst she has the long bow, that is entirely up to you guys.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome.
Cool. So Saz, add a longbow to your inventory, and Marle, your bow is now repaired. Essentially, you've replaced it.
How proficient am I with a spear?
You are not proficient with spears. As a wood elf, you are specifically proficient in short bows, long bows, and I believe short swords. Elves.
Just off camera, if you have a and a sword, you can be Gandalf, which is awesome.
Well, I'm gonna take it anyways. And maybe I can sell it for some money at the very least, or something.
Yeah, cool.
But by all means, we're taking their stuff and sell it now.
You can take the spear. Yeah, you lash the spear to your back. You go and put out the fire. For reference, you are proficient in long swords, short bows, and long bows as wood elf. Some of those require your dexterity, some of them require your strength. Okay. Is there anything else you guys would like to do whilst you wait?
Do we have any food? Guys?
We have rations. I'm pretty certain I still have a bag of meat on me.
Okay, I got sours.
And I've got my healing stuff too.
How hurt are you guys? I'm only down, like...
I'm down 11.
Heal. Take a...
Yes, please.
I want to use a balm.
I'm down 10.
No,
wait, what?
Are you done 11?
What? No, you brought me back.
Well, she
to
died, remember?
Yeah, she went unconscious.
Are you minus 11?
No. Plus 11.
Okay.
Not minus 11.
I'm
fuck
down
no.
6. But that's a lot.
I will remind you guys that for some of you, 10 hit points is a lot, and for some of you, 6 hit points is a lot. So, shouting numbers at each other is not necessarily always the best indicator of how badly hurt you are.
I am at half health. It's not good over here.
Just about. Our poor elves.
What would you guys like to do?
Well, we gotta wait for the guy to come anyways. Why don't we try and take a short rest while he's...
Yeah, short rest might be ideal.
Is your guys' short rest my long rest?
No.
Can I not take a long rest instead?
A short rest is 1 hour, a long rest...
Oh, we've lost him. I love the way he pauses every time. It's never like a good face. It's always like a face like this. This is literally a PogChamp face. Does somebody want to do a PogChamp like screenshot right now? Because we've just got Pete Champ.
Now that would be a good face to freeze on.
Oh, he's gone!
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, I hope somebody got that. Peep jab.
Guys, does this mean we're insulting God in world?
Yes.
Oh god.
DM crashes. Descended to chaos. Quick, everybody just put, like, healing potions in your bag. He'll never know.
16.
The DM always knows.
Oh, fuck, he's here. He's here!
An anvil falls from the sky, you take 300 points of meta damage.
Wait, are you on video right now?
Oh,
there you are. Okay, sorry.
I'm back. I'm back.
That was funny.
Being a bard, though, meta damage just goes right over her head.
Okay, we'll take a short rest. Anyone that wants to heal.
Okay.
Short rest means long rest for me, doesn't it? I swear.
That's what I was thinking.
So for you elves, you guys have an ability called trance. Now, what this means is that you don't have to sleep and take a full 8 hours rest. You guys can instead trance and meditate for 4 hours. A short rest is only 1 hour long. So you cannot gain the benefit of a long rest if you guys are only waiting for 1 hour.
What if they take 4 short rests?
They can wait around for 4 hours. Is your plan to take a short rest?
I think what we need to do is, first off, we need evidence of the knolls that we have killed them. Because they're going to say, did you kill them? We say yes, and they say, prove it. We got nothing.
They're coming to us. They'll see the dead bodies.
No, they're coming to us, but the person that inquired about the job itself might ask for proof. And I'm only saying, like, let's take a hand or something.
A head.
A head, then. Heart.
Yeah.
We don't care what, as long as we got proof of it.
I'm not carrying
Head
a
is
head
the
around
easiest
with
to
me.
recognize.
We can put it in a bag, all the heads together. I'm not sure if I would like to make a short rest or if I would like to skin the hyenas and save the skin and the meat. I have 21 out of 31 hit points. What do you guys think?
I'm 18 at 21. They only hit me once, and it was a scratch, so...
I've only got 9 hit points.
I think both me and Galad need a long rest, because I have 1 bardic inspiration left. No second level spell slots. So, if you guys wouldn't mind hanging around for like 4 hours, we'll be fine.
In that case,
My concern is the other two.
Maybe we can take a short rest, or you can take a short rest now. Skin the hyena, and when you are up, I can go for a short rest. In that time, I think the other two might arrive.
Here's what I'm thinking. Me and Mamba haven't really been hurt much.
Yeah.
So, we'll re-dig up the stone and use it to find them.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
If you guys are okay here, including the DM that's just gone, and he's back, he can come back to you. But if at the end of your rest, we're not there, come to us.
Okay. Cool with me.
How's that sound?
Yeah.
How are we going to track you?
I have thought about that, but I'm not too sure you're going to like it.
Go on.
You're going to pee the whole way?
No. Work on that.
Oh, God.
Yep. Can we take the bunny?
Oh.
She will go crazy if she's not near me. She will probably kill you.
I can talk with her.
Doesn't work like that. Also, I'm not getting Pete in here. Is anyone else?
Yeah, pizza.
Click
I'm
the
back.
top
I'm
right.
back.
Okay, give me 1 sec to refresh.
I was gonna tell her how to fix it because I figured out how to fix it.
My connection does not like it today.
Okay, sorry. Hit that. Okay. Why don't you just tell us what direction you're going and then leave us an arrow in the dirt or something if you have to change directions?
That's a good shout. Yeah, we'll do that then.
I can figure it out.
We'll take the rock,
No one takes my money.
and if we're not back in 4 hours, the arrows.
Right.
Okay, so who's staying and who's going?
I'm staying.
I'm staying.
And Saz and I were going.
You're just gonna wander off.
Oh,
We'll
no,
take the
maybe you were first at that moment. We're going to try to find the other bounty hunters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which way did they go compared to us?
Back when you started tracking, they peeled off in a direction. They are somewhere in these woods. You go over to unbury your finding stone. The moment you pick it up, there's no pull on the stone.
Damn it.
That means they haven't buried their
buried
stone.
their stone.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Sorry. One.
There is no pull on the stone when Saz picks it up.
Which means they haven't buried it.
Oh, okay. Of course they haven't. I was expecting this.
Means they haven't buried it yet, or they're unable to bury it.
They're not going to bury it. I would use or...
We'll stay for an hour.
Marle, do you think we should hide while we rest?
Yeah, probably.
Let's go hide in the foliage.
Good idea.
Can me and Mamba take a short rest and then go from there?
If you guys would all like to wait for an hour,
Yep.
you can. Okay. What are you doing with the stone?
Keeping it on us.
You gonna hold on
in
to
our
it?
hand. Yeah.
Okay. As you guys settle down for an hour, is the plan for the two elves to? I think I caught this just before I disconnected. To try and take a long rest here. Is that what you guys are trying to do?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys begin
Yeah,
settling
we're doing
in
4 hour.
for a 4-hour meditation. Those of you taking a short rest, you may use your hit dice to try and recover your health. If we need
Fine.
a reminder on how to do this, let me know.
Trying to find it on mobile, which is a hell of a lot.
Yeah, on D&D Beyond, I think it's right at the top of your character sheet. You should be able to click that. Make sure that you do not click the reset maximum hit points during this rest.
For the short rest, right?
You guys are
Okay.
trying to take a long rest, so this does not count for you guys.
So that's 1d8 plus 1.
Yeah, and you can choose to roll multiple of those if you wish.
I got an 8.
You rolled an 8. So if you rolled an 8
I
on...
rolled a 5 plus 3.
Yeah, cool. So you recover 8 hit points. That's fine.
Can I give them all a song of rest?
You are mid-trance.
Okay.
You are borderline unconscious. You are aware of your surroundings to an extent, but you are meditating right now. You cannot take actions.
Okay.
I rolled a 7, so that's me back up to full health.
Okay. you guys finish what's about an hour-long rest.
DM.
Mm-hmm.
Do I get my spell slot back?
No, not on a short rest.
Thank you.
That's alright. In that hour-long wait, no one approaches. Nothing seems to happen.
So there's nothing going on with the rock?
Nope.
Mamba, what are you thinking?
We still have 3 hours to explore until they wake up. So I think maybe we can explore, not going too far away, but trying to find any kind of clues or trays on the floor, or I don't know if I'm sorry.
I don't know. I'm down for exploring a little bit.
Yeah, let's see if we can find some clues and find out where they could be, or just from the beginning I don't trust them, and I have the feeling they're going to betray us at any moment, and I want to be prepared.
Understandable. If Tic Tac and Toe are on our hit list, shall we say, we've killed 2 out of the 3, which means the other 2 are left with 1 guy plus how many backups they had.
Actually, I think we only killed 1. We killed
Tic Tac.
No, I think the one with the spear wasn't Tack. I think.
Either way, we've killed 2 of them, haven't we?
Yes, of course we did.
Yeah.
We killed 2 knolls and 3 hyenas. Well, they did.
Okay. We'll take the evidence of the kill with us, because if we leave it with a gesture towards the other 2, it's possible that... Yeah. So we'll just take a wander.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys are going to start looking for clues in the area. Are you going to start at the camp where the knolls were, or are you going to wander further out first? What's your plan?
I would actually like to climb a tree to the top and try to see from if that makes sense. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah,
know
you're trying to get to the top of the canopy and just look out across the canopy. Make me an athletics check as you try and climb the tree. 12. Climbing the tree is not too difficult. You make your way up. It gets a bit more tricky when you get to the thinner branches near the top. Luckily, you don't weigh that much, being like half the size of most individuals. But you do manage to just about peek up, and you're sort of staring Bilbo Baggins style across the top of the woods. There are not that many major landmarks here. The Thistlewood is all a generic sort of bumpy height of trees. There doesn't seem to be any mountains or large landmarks in your immediate local area. And from above the tree canopy, you can't see much. The sun is starting to get to about midday. You don't see much from up there.
Can you see where we came from originally?
If I can see it.
Yeah. Or have a vague idea on where we first entered the forest.
Can I do a nature or survival to
Make
see
me-
if I could orientate?
Yeah, maybe a survival check. This is trying to work out which way you've been going and...
18.
Seeing some of the trees slightly break where the river was, you can roughly work out where you are. You figure that it would be about 2 hours for you to get back to the edge of the forest where you entered.
I'm not trying to find the exit, but at least we know where it is. What I was trying to do is figure out where we were when we split ways.
Gotcha.
So if you
Can I
can see where we were...
Can I see the place where we split? No. Okay.
No, you could try and follow your tracks back.
What do you think, sir?
So if we assume that it is 2 hours to get through there, we split maybe about half an hour to an hour into the forest.
Maybe we could do like halfway and search for clues.
Yeah, we'll go that way.
Return the way you came from.
Yes, we'll do the arrow on the floor trick.
Okay, you start marking the direction you've left. You follow the tracks backwards from where you were. How long are you going to go? How far are you going to go down these tracks? And at what speed?
Halfway? What do you think?
Go for an hour.
1 hour go, 1 hour back. So we have 2 hours journey.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
go for an hour, and then walk an hour back. But on the way there, do we feel anything from the stone?
Okay. You guys begin traveling for about an hour. You sort of follow your tracks back down the river, away from it, following your own footprints through the forest floor and the reverse prints of the paw prints of the knolls. As you do, you continue going and continue going. You get no pull from the stone at all. You continue on to the part where you find where some of the footprints and paw prints branch off into a different direction.
Investigation set.
Stone, no. Sorry.
Get no pull on the stone. You can make an investigation check if you'd like. It would be another survival check. You can choose, actually, survival or investigation. Let me know which one you use. You'll get different information depending on what skill you'd like to try.
So one was for survival, one was for investigation then?
Correct.
Yeah, exactly. That was what I was going to ask you. How's your survival and how's your investigation?
I will take the investigation roll.
Cool.
You have
I got
advantage on this because this is your favourite terrain. You get advantage, so you roll twice and take your highest because this is your ranger's favourite terrain. You are better at tracking in woodlands.
And I'm still rolling at disadvantage.
You're still at disadvantage because you're exhausted.
17.
I got a 9 for my investigation disadvantage.
17.
17. You can see that this is the area where the party split. And as you point out, Mamba quite clearly marks that there are similar paw prints to what you have been following. There are some 2 pairs of humanoid feet, and one of them is definitely heavier than the other. They seem to be left here about an hour and a half ago. No, sorry. Now it would be 2 hours ago.
Wait, have you said there's 3 pairs of footprints?
There are
One of the...
There are 3 tracks. One are paw prints that are very similar to the ones that you followed on the way to your area. One is... The other 2 are humanoid boot prints. One of those is a lot heavier than the other. Yeah.
Are they close?
They are fairly close.
Okay.
How do you feel up for it? We're fully healed. The other 2 will take another couple of hours. We walk back an hour. That still gives them another hour.
I wouldn't
Or we
go
can go
further.
Yeah?
I will investigate more here or around here, but I wouldn't move much further because we don't know where we're going or what are we going to find.
Okay. We make an X on the floor, saying that this is where we split paths, and an arrow towards where we think the track is going.
Do you mean to leave clues for her? For them? For
them, yeah.
For Marle and Galad?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good idea. But we are close to the territory where they used to be, or they had been. They might be able to see this.
If you feel up for going ahead, we'll go ahead. If you want to go back to the other 2, again, that's fine. I just thought, make an X, make a direction on where we need to go, but not necessarily now. If you want to go now, fine, I'll join you.
We don't know your results of investigation yet, do we?
Mine was 9.
Yeah, I've explained what you found.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Do you want to? No.
I've already told you what you found.
Oh, you already told us. But
Yeah.
we found both of us. Oh, sorry. I thought it was just me. Okay.
Saz unfortunately didn't do very well. He did not find much.
What if we bury that down here under the footprint of the knoll, and we go back to them? Do we have the head?
My only concern is that if the rock is buried, we cannot find them.
Are we still having that 2 heads, or are in the camp? I'm not sure now.
We've still got the heads.
You took them with you.
We have the heads. What? Do we have the spear by any chance?
Glad to took the spear.
Okay. Well, maybe.
Are you thinking of a mark?
Ish. I'm thinking on impaling the head of the guy with the spear, that is no one, as a mark for us to know that the place is, I think it's less obvious than an X on the floor. If they see it, they might think it will be us, or they could think it was a war between knolls. We will know. And
about
that the DM here.
how about this? We put an X on the floor. We keep the rock with us. We point an arrow towards the other people. And if that doesn't work, I fire an arrow into the tree.
And would I use the head?
If we leave a head unaccounted for, the other two might pick up and they'll get the majority.
I know, but I mean the head that is no value. The C one. We keep Tick's head, because it's the one with value. But the other one doesn't have any value, I think. I think he's... No. I don't know. I'm confused now.
Alright. Make an X on the floor. Keep the rock with us. Arrow towards where we need to go. We'll head back to the other two. We'll have enough arrows to follow back. And if the rock does start pulling, we go over.
Good. We need to do another kind of mark. I mean, the arrow one plus another one to confirm that the arrow hasn't been changed, if that makes sense. I'm trying to think more.
Okay. No. There is something we can use to mark.
Yeah.
But I don't really want to give it up. This. I've still got the crowbar.
If it's holding loud.
I put the crowbar near the tree, pointing towards the direction we need to go, but hidden away, so only me and Mamba know where it is. Any creatures come along, they'll look at the marks on the floor and possibly do whatever with them. But I'm coming back for that crowbar.
What if... It's not fair that you hear all of this. What if we use your plan and we point an arrow in the wrong direction, so we are the only ones who know the right one to take. But now you know too. But you don't hear anything. But what do you think?
Just the DM. Don't mind me.
No, you're deaf. Don't hear anything.
Screw it. Better idea. Point an arrow the way we came in.
Yeah.
That way we've got like
and
a Y.
Arrow, the way we, no, that would be confusing. One of your arrows, the way we came from, and one of my arrows, the way we need to go. They have different colors, so we will know which.
Fine. Yep, we'll do that one.
Okay. So, you guys...
God damn it.
God damn it, have you seen the DM reaction? She's gonna take
I'm not reading the reaction. I'm thinking about what we do.
He's gonna take
Whatever we've got planned, he's got something better planned. Any counters we think of...
He's doing all the plans and so far.
Yes, but he'll pull out... Oh, by the way, an elephant's going to come up and trample you.
Get it in your head now, guys. D&D is not designed to be played players versus the Dungeon Master. If that's what's in your head right now, that's the wrong kind of thing to think. I am listening to what you guys are saying. I am all enjoying this for an entirely different reason. So, yeah, what I've already planned is most likely not going to change, guys. You can do what you like. You can do whatever you like. it's D&D for me is not a them versus me kind of game. Okay, so I'll let you guys know that now. Do what you would like to do.
Okay, let's go.
What are you thinking, Mamba? Whatever. I'll go by your play.
I'm just thinking that we're through anyway. So, yeah, let's do the arrow spin.
Yep. So
Okay. So let me get this straight, guys, because you just went through like 7 plans. You're going to point an arrow in the way you came from at the first time you entered the forest. You're then going to point another arrow leading in the direction you see the new tracks leading.
Yep. And also fire an arrow into the tree. Closest there.
Dig an arrow in the area so you know that that arrow symbolizes this is the split part where you guys split up. And then you're going to follow neither arrow and you're going to return to the elves.
Yes.
Yeah, let's mark the arrows so we are clear.
Okay.
Okay. Red arrow is the one where we came from.
How are you marking arrows in color? At the moment, you're just drawing them in the floor with dirt.
Put a rock at the end of one.
You put the rock at the end of one. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So you put the rock at the end of one of your arrows that you draw in the floor. Is that the one leading in the direction you need to go, or the one leading into the exit of the woods?
Leading the exit of the woods.
Okay, you mark down 2 arrows with your own little code, plonking in a stone on one that leads to the exit of the woods, and then you fire an arrow into the tree to mark this as the location of the area that you found the tracks. Having done so, what speed are you guys heading back towards your 2 companions that are currently mid-trance?
An hour to get back, so probably a medium pace.
Okay. So, you guys head back, and it takes you another hour to get back towards your 2 companions. You come across them entirely undisturbed. You have an hour to kill. What do you guys want to do?
Keep the rock in my hand and just wait.
Okay. You guys wait patiently for another hour. Marle and Galad, you finish your long rest. If you eat something, you may regain all your hit points, and you may regain all your spell slots and bardic inspiration points.
Cool. I will eat some of the meat that I've got in my little bag. That's kind of hopefully like beef jerky at this point.
It's chewy. Is it cooked?
Actually, don't know.
Might be worth using some rations this time around, because I can tell you that it is not cooked.
We'll pretend it's a Nature Valley bar.
Okay. Galad, do you need to heal?
I know that they healed my whole life, so I'm good.
Okay. So, you guys exit your trance, and you look around, and there is Mamba and Saz waiting for you.
Cool.
There is still no pull on the stone.
Crap, that was what I was afraid of.
Oh.
I think our trusty companions might be in a spot of bother.
Yeah, we need to go now.
Well, I don't want to say it, but I told you.
Oh.
How are we gonna find them?
Me and Mamba figured out a route.
Okay. Lead the way then.
Okay. Past midday, you guys turn about and you head back down the trail once again towards the area where you both parties divided. You don't feel any pull on the stone. You get to the point where you've marked out an arrow. You fired into the tree. I take it you'd like to retrieve that.
We take the arrow, but we'll keep the rock.
Yeah,
Leave the rock
cool.
where it is.
And you have now the other set of prints left by, assumingly, your 2 bounty hunter allies, / companions, / betrayals, whichever you decide it is. And I take it you guys are going to follow that.
Yeah,
Yes.
we'll follow that.
Okay. You guys... Who is leading this march down the track?
I'm happy
Who's
to.
spearheading?
I'm good in the forest.
Go then. It's all good.
If you want to, just go ahead.
Okay. Mamba takes the lead.
She leads.
Can you do it? I mean, do you want to?
I'll take the lead.
Yeah?
If
Yeah,
Marle
I'll take
leads, she might not go where we should.
I'm
Sorry,
not
I love
trusted. I
you.
love this.
With a short argument over and done with, Saz has enough and just takes the lead. As you begin following these tracks, they are not too difficult to follow, having already found them once. You guys head on through the darker area of the woods. This area is a lot more covered by the canopy. You guys continue heading. It takes about another hour. And then you guys take a look to the side of the road, and there is a cut bit of rope and a tree trunk hanging between the gap in the forest. There doesn't seem to be any signs of blood or any signs of damage. You guys continue on a little bit further. Saz, can you please make me a perception check?
Sure.
Leading this group.
$23.
As you're continuing forwards, you take a look at the area ahead of you, and some of the leaves around here have fallen, and some of the shrubland has sort of overtaken this path as you continue trekking. You're about to take another step, and you stop. Just instead of planting your foot, you just shift some of the leaves out, and you can see that the floor here has been removed and dug out, and tiny twigs are holding up, and the leaves are covering up a pit trap that you managed to avoid. You sort of brush it away to show the others that stepping on that patch of nothing would make them crash through and into the dirt below.
I need to get everyone's attention for a second. One of the knolls leaves traps.
Yeah, it's attack.
Yeah, I have a feeling we've got his head on us, so I don't think he'll be setting any more traps in the future.
We have to take.
I think our comrades got in a bad situation with these traps.
Yes.
We really should work on finding them now.
Mamba?
I would like to roll a survival to see if I could see more traps.
You can make me a perception check if you'd like.
Oh, yeah.
Twenty-two.
22.
You guys, 22. You guys continue heading down this trail, these tracks, and you do spot another pair of traps over the next half an hour as you guys continue following. You see another one of these pit traps that you managed to avoid, and you see another tripwire this time that has been left in the road. This one untriggered. You manage to step over it calmly and avoid it as you continue on. After a short while after this fourth trap, you come across a small area of the woods where you find, firstly, the bodies of 3 large furred humanoids. 2 knolls that seem to have been stripped of gear, a broken spear, and the 3rd knoll, who seems to be covered in lots of banding and leather straps, of which numerous broken glass jars have been shattered in place. And you see that this knoll has no head and it has been removed. The other 2 have had their heads left on. Looking around, you see minimal blood spatter aside from around the knolls themselves, one of which seems to have been murdered in a very violent fashion. And you see 2 humanoid boot prints heading off into the woodland. You see another set of knoll prints leading in a different direction, deeper into the woodland itself. These footprints are larger and seem to be heavier than the knolls around you.
I think perhaps our bounty hunter friends were successful, but
I wouldn't
they
count on it.
went in a different direction to the knoll.
No, in my opinion, sorry, I would say that, in my opinion, I would say they are cooperating together, the gnolls and the bounty hunters. I don't know the reasons, I don't know why they want that, but it makes me feel they're working together, they're going to kind of make a trap to us, so we follow the tack lead, and I don't know how they go. I don't know. I don't trust them, so just whatever.
What would they gain from doing that?
And why would they kill them? Take the head of one.
Yeah, if they've killed they've sent us on a mission to kill their friends, but they're working together with knolls that work as a free. That doesn't make any sense.
Makes sense because the bigger one that they killed and took the head off doesn't mean it's the big one they're after. Like I said before, we don't know what they look like. They could just show us a head of a big brute guy and say, oh yeah, this is him. So if they are working with the knoll, they have taken another big brute's head whilst working with the main bad guy and wandered off.
So we don't suspect of them if we find this prey body.
I think Mamba is onto something. If they've killed the brute but not planted the stone, then we can't assume that it is a big brute that they're after. If they wanted to lure us into a trap, they would have done so with the stone.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they're alive because of the footprint. So it's not like they fought. Can we do a check of the footprints and see if they were hurt somehow?
Looking around, are you following are you checking around the humanoid footprints? Or the paw prints?
Oh, the humanoid, sorry, yes.
Okay, looking around the humanoid paw prints, you don't see any signs of blood. It seems that whatever happened here, none of them are bleeding enough to leave a trail.
The humanoid footprints are one set heavier than the other one. Like the
Yep. There are two pairs of footprints, the same that you've been following all this way.
Yeah.
Are Riga's tracks anywhere?
Sorry?
Riga, are her feet anywhere to be found?
Make me an intelligence check. Marle, make me an intelligence check. Just add your flat intelligence modifier.
Sweet, 16.
16. Two pairs of humanoid footprints, one being heavier than the other, would line up with a human a humanoid being bigger than the other one, you know that Riga is bigger than Marius.
Yeah.
These are probably their tracks.
Does it look like they were running or going at a slower pace? Like how far away from each other are the footprints?
It looks like, with your checks earlier, guys, it looks like the tracks on the way to this clearing were much closer. They were taking it slower. The tracks from this clearing are a little bit faster, but not at a run. It looks like they took a slow pace once they hit the traps, and they took a normal pace away from this clearing.
It's weird that they didn't come find us, even with the stone buried. I will admit to that.
Weird, yes, but not out of character. I don't think
What
it's
makes
a
you
reason.
say that?
Because as much as you guys distrust them, I think...
I don't distrust them.
Well, as much as Mamba and Saz distrust them, I think it might be... I've completely lost my train of thought.
An explanation for it.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think there's an explanation for it. I think they have gone in a different direction because of a reason. If they were going to trap us, they would have tried a lot harder than those flimsy little knoll traps before, because we just...
The way I see it is that we have two tracks to follow.
I think we should
We
follow
can
the
either...
knoll.
You want to go knoll?
Yeah. Because if we go to the third knoll, they are going to be coming our way anyway. So we'll get 2 birds with 1 stone. And if they've betrayed us, then they can try. And maybe we can lead them something.
Read
Can I?
them something?
No, leave them something.
Oh, leave them something.
Yeah.
Can I
Galadesis?
loot the gnome?
Can you...
Loot the gnome. The bodies, the dead bodies.
You look around, it looks like they've already been looted. There is a broken spear and a rusty short sword, if you wish to take it from the knolls.
Nah.
Right. Mamba doesn't trust him. Marley said her
Not a
opinion.
single bitch.
Galade, your opinion.
I'm on the fence. But I'm always on the fence. There's...
Then we
They
follow the
don't really
knoll.
have a reason to turn on us that I can think of, except maybe
Money.
monetary, but
Money.
this
They said they were
guy's,
going to split the profits, and
This
then all they
guy's
got to
living
do
the
is rock
life.
up with 3 heads.
this guy's living a life of luxury already and has
Yes,
been nothing but kind to us, which I realize could be a trap lured in.
And
But
what
I
do
also
rich
agree
people
with
want
Marley
more
that
than money?
But I also agree with Marley that, you know, they would have done more to hurt us by now, I think. Plus, we don't really have a reputation of any kind that
I was about to say
would
that.
paint us as targets.
Yeah. For them to earn money from killing us, there would have to be a bounty on our head. And there's no reason for there to be a bounty on our head.
One question that I've always asked throughout all of this is why us? Why
Because
did they
we
approach?
look,
Because I'm cute.
because we
Why
look
did
like
they approach
travelers.
us?
There
Why
was
did they tell us about this bounty thing? Why did they tell us about the whole thing? They do not know us. If we
Why
want
they
to follow
trapped?
the knoll or follow them, either way, we're in for a fight.
I say fuck
I'd
it,
rather
let's just
take
go.
on the knoll.
We take on the knoll then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
You guys track down, following the heavy footprints of the knoll. This one much larger than its predecessors. You continue on through the woods. No further traps that you find, until eventually you come across a large outcropping of rocks and stones and the dark entrance of a subterranean cave. Looking around, you see the paw prints that you're following, and you see other sets of paw prints coming into this clearing from one of the other directions, and a couple small paw prints leading outwards. These ones look older compared to the ones you're following and the ones coming in. Standing outside the cave, you see one of these knoll creatures, spear in its hand, just slumped down and seemingly asleep at the entrance.
I'm gonna waltz on over to the
definitely
knoll and slap it in the face.
Okay!
Before she tries that, I'm gonna grab her wrist.
You're gonna try and stop
I'm gonna
her?
grab her wrist and attempt to stop her.
Alright, make me an athletics check, please, Galad. And Marle, if you wish to resist, you can make either an athletics or an acrobatics.
11.
I'm gonna resist.
Oh, okay. Acrobatics or athletics
Okay.
for the defender.
I got 14.
Galad, you go to try and stop, and Marle just slips out of your grasp, wanders right up to the knoll, who starts to stir as he hears your boots like crunching on the foliage, and BAM! And straight across its cheek. It sort of shakes itself awake, looks up, blinks for a moment, grabs his spear.
Can I take my hand and choke it?
And you start trying to choke it. Roll me initiative. Everyone roll me initiative.
Why did you first?
Right.
It looked to be funny.
With its spear, you have pointy things. Point it at its throat.
I got 11, by the way.
Oh, that was good.
We need to think these things through a little better, girl. That's probably a scout who's gonna call the big one.
What happened to babysit Marle?
Motherfucker!
That's great. Love it.
It'll make me stick my bunny on you.
Okay, did anyone get above a 20? Let's change this back to battle music, please.
Cool.
Okay, one thing I will say. We'll see how this goes. It is 10 to 11.
What the fuck is my battle music on?
It is 10 to 11, so we'll see how we do. We're getting close to time, though. So, no one got above a 20. Did anyone get above a 15?
No.
No.
Oh wait,
I didn't roll.
Sorry.
Roll your initiative. Glad, what did you get?
17.
Okay. Did you get above a 15, Mamba?
11.
Okay, cool. Okay. Who got above a 10? I know Mamba got an 11.
I got 11.
11. Can you two decide which one of you wants to go first?
I think because I threw the slap, I'll go first.
It Saz?
I got a 9.
I tried to run after her.
Okay. Okay, so as you slap this creature awake and you go to start to choke it out, it's actually Galad that goes first. What do you want to do? This creature is about 20 feet away from you as you guys sort of snuck up towards it.
And kill it quick, quietly.
Give me a minute here. I gotta decide on some stuff.
Marle, you'll be next.
Yeah. I think I'm just gonna cast Ray of Frost to be safe from where I'm standing.
Okay. Make me an attack roll. Being stood directly behind Marle, the knoll does have a slight advantage. But make your attack roll.
Can I move so that he doesn't then?
Yeah, you could move to the entrance of the cave.
Oh fuck. And back a little?
To go, the further back you go, the harder it is to see because Marle is stood right in front of it.
You know what? No, screw it. I'll just stay where I am for now.
Alright, make your attack roll.
Okay. Nat 1.
Oh no. Okay. Okay. Roll me another d20. 12. Okay. Cool. So, you go to cast your magic. As you cast, attempt to make the spell materialize, you feel a slight crack in your arcane focus. Your arcane focus is damaged by 1 point.
I don't know what that means.
I will run you through it in a minute. It's the same as the guys that are using weapons, their weapons damaging. The more this goes untreated, the more that your focus is at risk of breaking permanently.
Okay.
I will let you know that if you do not have an arcane focus, every spell that requires a material component, you will have to go and get that material component to cast it. At the moment, your focus does that for you. I'm pretty certain you do. Let's have a look.
I do. I have a color spray I think requires something. That's
yeah.
an arrow for an arrow.
Yeah, you currently have an arcane focus. I think I went over with this loosely with you. It can be anything from like an orb, a necklace, a ring. It's an item that you have that you channel your magic through.
Right, that was my staff.
Yeah, your staff. So your staff has a tiny crack in it. That is your action. Would you like to move? You happy where you are?
Yes, I'm gonna move as far back as possible.
You can move pretty far back. Are you gonna go as far away as you can? You're gonna go so you're 55 feet away from the knoll.
Sure.
Okay, you back the fuck up. Marle, what do you want to do? Mamba, you're next.
Okay, so do I have wait, why can I hear myself twice? That's weird. Do I have this knoll by the neck?
You are about to. You can continue that action if you wish.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue.
Alright, make me an athletics check.
Dice be with me.
What did you get?
8.
8. Having rolled an 8 plus 2, the knoll breaks away from that. That is your action.
Okay.
You have a bonus action and movement. What would you like to do?
Just movement.
You have a bonus action as well.
Okay. Can I attack with it?
I'm afraid, unless you... No, not with your skill set.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to bounce back into an attack position with my longsword drawn.
Okay, you draw your longsword and you just get ready. Yeah, you go to choke him out and he just raises one hand and sort of blocks your hands and just forces you away. You draw your sword ready. Mamba, you're up. What do you want to do?
How far am I?
You're about 20 feet away.
Can I use my short bow dash and then attack again? Yeah, because this is my first attack in the combat, right?
This is your first time in the fight, so you can move 25 feet and fire twice if you'd like.
But also my speed increases 10 feet, right?
10 feet on the first turn, yes. You get 35 feet of
So
movement.
35 feet.
Yeah, you can go 35 feet. If you want to get... If you want... he's about 20 feet away from you guys. If you want to get a clear shot on the knoll, you'll have to go to the entrance of the cave. Which is off to his side.
I'll do that.
Alright, you dart off towards the entrance of the cave, sort of turn, you knock your first arrow, make your attack roll.
Attack or d20 and then attack?
A d20 plus 6.
Ooh. 22.
22 hits, roll your damage for me, it's a d6 plus 2. The arrow is like sliding just past Marle and just heads into the knoll.
3.
3 points of damage. You get a second attack.
d20 again, and then...
Plus 6. d20 plus 6.
This is a 12.
A 12. This one misses. It flies towards the knoll and it just embeds into one of the leather armored scraps. And the knoll sort of looks at it. You're looking a bit panicked. I don't think you've got any bonus actions. Looking at your sheet real quick.
2 weapon fighting.
Unfortunately, where you've attacked with where you've attacked with your bow, you can't get a third attack with like an offhand weapon. That does mean it is now the knoll's turn just before Saz. The knoll, looking around, is just immediately going to spend his turn just shouting down the cave. As it's shouting, Mamba, you can hear it echoing into the cave past you. Saz, it is your turn.
I go up and stab it in its fucking face.
You run straight up, draw your short sword. You draw your dagger as well, and you're offhand.
Yep.
Yeah, make your attack roll as you go and try and silence this knoll.
I got an... Oh shit, that was short bow. Wrong one. That's a 12 to hit with the short sword.
A 12 misses with the short sword. Your blade swings down towards it and it just sort of darts to the side. The blade clatters against the stone. You do get to attack with your dagger if you'd like.
Okay. I look at Marle and say, I gave you those ball bearings for a reason. And then I go in and attack it with a 6.
6. No, this time it just sort of, you go to jam your dagger and it just grabs your wrist and throws you backwards.
Alright, so that'll give me a bonus action, yes?
Attacking with your dagger would be a bonus action. If you would rather do something different, you can.
Eye for detail.
Which one's this one?
I can use a bonus action to make a perception check to spot a hidden creature or object, or to make an investigation check to uncover...
Right, okay. Yeah, if you would rather have done that instead of using a bonus action to attack with your dagger, you can. Again, as we're in the learning process still of all of our character sheets, I don't mind you doing that. What would you like to try and look for? Where are you looking?
I've got night vision, so I'll look in the cave.
Okay, make a perception check. It is a disadvantage because you're still exhausted.
Okay. Okay, so my lowest was a 18. 18.
Looking into the cave, you can't quite see much for a moment, but you do keep your eye on it. That brings us back to the top of the round. At the top of the round, you do notice a torchlight burning inside the cave as it grows closer and closer. And from within, you begin to hear boom, 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 growing closer and louder and closer and louder. And that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Fuck.
Okay, before you
Right,
go...
so jump straight into it next week.
Yes, Wilmon.
So if I keep using my now cracked staff, is that risking it breaking?
So, every time you cast a spell, or use it to attack, because it's your arcane focus, if you roll a natural 1 on an attack roll, it adds a point of damage to your stave or weapon. This goes for all of you. After rolling a natural 1, you will roll a second d20. If that d20 is equal to or lower than the number of damage points on your weapon or magical focus, it will break.
Okay, how do I know where...
I will. This is one of my favourite homebrew rules, so you will probably not find that on D&D Beyond. I will have to customise your item in D&D Beyond to make that happen. For now, it's definitely worth putting a note. I've already made a note already, but you might want to put one down, just either on your notebook that your staff has a point of damage.
Got that down already. Do I know how many points total I got?
Just one. It's just one. You've only rolled one natural 1. Mamba was really unlucky. They got 1 point of damage, and their first d20 roll was a 1, so it broke immediately. Yeah, it just means that I know a lot of DMs out there that if you roll a natural 1, your weapon is completely ruined straight away, or you shoot your friend, or you do something like that. I like this system because it gives you a chance just to keep pushing forwards. But then eventually, if you
so low level.
If you keep rolling natural 1s, the chance of your weapon being broken forever is just gonna get worse and worse and worse. But yeah. So.
Okay, and is it possible to get it repaired in town?
It is indeed. So if you have damage points on a focus or a weapon, it is repairable in most shops that deal with armor or weaponry. With it being an arcane focus, you might have to find someone that is either good at using enchanted equipment or a spellcaster themselves. It is cheaper to repair a damaged weapon than a broken weapon.
Okay. Wow. I figured.
Yeah. Alright.
Wow. All because I tried to choke a gnome. Not a gnome, a knoll.
Knoll.
I thought it was hurt.
Oh, Marle.
I literally thought it was hurt, that's why I slapped it.
You could have woken it up with a dagger to the throat.
Slap was funnier.
You could have slapped with your dagger. That makes...
You could have put your hand over its nose. Stop it from calling for backup.
In its fucking face. That would have been funny.
You could have done so many things.
I could have.
Could have snuck past it. Could have just gone up and tried to end it.
Crowbar, which I've still got.
Thank you for being here, Steve. Have a good night.
Oh, did I lose already the inspiration Marty gave me?
You would have.
Right?
Yeah, you would have. Those only last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Willow, yes, I could
What?
have
They don't last 6
tiptoed
hours?
past.
Come on.
Wow. Alright.
Right.
Yeah.
Are we all good?
I think if we're all good, if you've got some stuff that you want talking about it, we'll do that off stream.
Yeah.
I think from me, we'll all say goodbye here, and we'll let Pixie close up her stream or do whatever she wants to do. So from me, everyone have a good night, and thank you all for watching. And I'll leave you back with Pix.
Thanks for those great frozen faces.
Oh, yeah.
They always get the best side of me.
We're gonna turn you into Peak Champ. So like not PogChamp, but PeakChamp.
We're just gonna get you mid-sneeze one of these times, just...
Oh my god. That'd be so good.
It'll be whilst I'm describing something that's just stupidly embarrassing. Like, there's this pervy old shopkeeper that's just sat there like...
I actually thought you froze then.
I'm screenshotting that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Alright.
Alright.
Take care, everyone.
Let's do the thing.
See ya.
See you in a bit, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Take care.
Alright. I need to swap my camera. Wait. There we go. Isn't that cute? Hi! Alright, it's raid time. I don't know who the fuck we're gonna go and see, but we're gonna go and see somebody. Who the fuck is online? Leadopus is online. No, Poppy. Let's go say hi to Poppy. So, that was a fucking amazing session. I hope everybody enjoyed it. You missed them already? Oh, that's so cute. Wait, I need to actually hang up the fucking call, don't I? That would be a good idea. Okay, so we're gonna go say hi to my friend Poppy. He is adorable. And I don't actually know what they're playing, but they're playing something cool. Something about rhythm. That sounds cool. Okay. It was so fun. So tomorrow we're playing Pokemon Emerald, but more Wild Heart stuff happens every Monday. I get all of the episodes uploaded to YouTube on Wednesday, because Twitch has rules. But yeah, this has been fucking amazing. Let's put the thing through. There we go. So when we go over to Poppy, just tell them that you love them. That is the raid message. If you have a raid emote, then go ahead and use it. It's a very cute raid emote. It is this one. There you go. Yeah, just tell Poppy you love them, because they're wonderful. So yeah, I'm back tomorrow, 6:30, and I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I love you very, very much. Take care of yourselves. Good night. Slaps Knoll round the head.
That was brilliant.
I have a feeling I have upset people.